The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Take a look and see what kind of stuff he has here. It's, here's desk, let's see. Whoa. Okay, nice pistol, dude. What else has he got under here? Oh yeah, a good one.
Now hump and get it.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. cause I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Featured stories today: a white girl wish, U.S. Indian ruin U.S., black mayor, no dollars to white people, billions to foreigners, and leaders. Go free lesson of the day: the path to becoming an anti-white. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. A man is on his deathbed, and he asked his wife, Jill, "Soon I will be gone forever, and there's something I have to know. In all these 50 years of marriage, have you ever been unfaithful to me?" Jill replied, "Well, Joe, I have to be honest with you. Yes, I've been unfaithful to you 3 times during these 50 years, but always for a good reason." Joe was obviously hurt by his wife's confession, but said, "I never suspected it. Can you tell me what you mean by good reasons?" Jill said, "The first time was shortly after we were married, and we were about to lose our little house because we couldn't pay the mortgage. Do you remember that one evening I went to see the banker, and the next day he notified you that the loan would be extended?" Joe recalled the visit to the banker and said, "I can forgive you for that. You saved our home. But what about the second time?" Jill asked, "And do you remember when you were so sick, you didn't have the money to pay for the heart surgery you needed? Well, I went to see your doctor one night, and if you recall, he did the surgery at no charge." "I recall that," said Joe, "and you did it to save my life. So of course I can forgive you for that. Now tell me about the third time." "All right," Jill said. "Do you remember when you ran for mayor and you needed 1,000 more votes?" And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's another glorious, glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning in the once great state of Virginia, 5 p.m. here in that once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, at midnight in Moscow, and the great Dean Danger, spitting out his tea at the punchline, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I mean, that was 3 times, all right. It was sort of 3 times. It depends on how you categorize things. I bet she works for the government. What do you think? Only 1,000 more votes. Well, if you would like to financially gift while we are here today with this glorious going free Sunday, you can do so. I got tears coming out of my eyes. You can do so over at Entropy, which is up and running right now, available to you, and it is in the description. You have, let's see, you can financially gift at Rumble, but if you do, please do not financially gift more than $1 because Rumble takes 40% of the financial gifts. You can, but it is a new source for financial gifting, thanks to a Red Dog, I think, figured that out for us. You can financially gift in a cryptocurrency over on DLive, as well as a cryptocurrency on Odyssey, but cash dollars on Odyssey as well. Subscribe star cash dollars over in the monitors this direction. Cash dollars over on Cash App over this direction. If you would like to financially gift on a monthly basis without having to put any mind to it, you can go down in the description, find those options that are available to you for that purpose. And you can, I think it's Gumroad and Subscribe Star are both the options where you can get onto a monthly financial gifting, not have to think about it. And then your name or moniker, whatever it is, will be read out as one of the all-stars or one of the honors roll call, and then maybe even get you to the point of one of the all-stars. If you would like to otherwise ask me a question or make a statement, but you'd like to direct it to me, please tag me as No White Guilt across these numerous media platforms. It's great to see everybody here today. You got to watch out for the categorization of infidelity, folks. But we're going to get right into our first item, which is the betrayal of everyone who voted for him and everybody who ended up putting him into this seat. Mike Johnson, we remember dug right into this character and discovered that he's anti-white. And what a difference it is when you view the world through the lens of the go free practice, isn't it? It's clarity comes to you instantly. You don't have to get mired down in the minutia of what was done here, what was done there, where's his family from, who has he endorsed in the past, what are his claims now. We can just view the world from the perspective of, is the individual anti-white? Is the individual sort of more neutral, or do they care about white well-being and therefore the well-being of all peoples in the West? Most important in dealing and addressing the subject today, the United States, since we're talking about Mike Johnson and teaming up with the Democrats. We knew it would go bad from the very beginning. And you saw, indeed, you have so many of these of our wonderful misled conservative brothers and sisters out there, the vagues, who are studiously, in a bovine way, lining up and heeding what their conservative content creators have for them. And one of the things they did was to complain vehemently about the ousting of the liar and cheat Kevin McCarthy, who was the Speaker of the House. And they were, when they saw Johnson struggling, having issues, they said, well, we just should have kept the guy that was already losing. We just should have stuck with the losing, because at least we could get a little something, a little scintilla of something, maybe a little crumb off the table, a little scintilla of something, as we lose and lose endlessly. And this is really the mindset of the females of both sexes. It's like, well, let's just go the safe, don't burn it all down. Let's just keep the losing and keep it comfy. You know, it's like the assisted suicide that we see that you can get on demand in Canada now. And maybe, I mean, check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. But the assisted suicide, it's all like, well, just keep you comfy. That's all. To give him a lollipop and teddy bear. And as long as he's comfy, then the losing can continue. Well, we're not going to be able to do that anymore. We're at the end of the line. People can decide, children can decide whatever they are anymore. Drugs and surgeries inflicted on children for various macabre reasons. And we got a story tonight, the kind of story that lights me up with more rage than anything else. And I find it absolutely remarkable to look out into the world and see how few of the content creators who ostensibly care about white people have anything to say about this sort of thing happening. And if they're going to say anything at all, it's not any concern for the child. It's to malign some other race. And it's typically, in those cases, the Jews. But we're going to be talking about the malfeasance of one Mike Johnson, which we saw, of course. It should be burnt down again. Everyone out there who is saying, no, we just should just leave it the way it is, they're all wrong. They all are part of the problem. Burn it down, just destroy this Republican Party so that we can have something that legitimately resists the anti-white victimization of Western kind and these once great United States. When do we get into it? We're disaffected, and we've had enough. That's essentially where we're at. Betrayal complete. Mike Johnson teaming up with the Democrats to pass a $61 billion, and they're only talking about the, I don't know why here at Breitbart. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder what could be the reason they're not mentioning the almost 30 billion for Israel. For what? For what? Because they're the master of the United States? Is that the reason? Is that the reason why? Another almost 30 billion to Israel? For what? And then 8 billion for Taiwan. So let's go ahead, and it says violates the Hastert rule. I don't know how many here remember Dennis Hastert, Speaker of the House. It was 90s. And the Hastert rule is this informal rule that every speaker has obeyed, even Kevin McCarthy, and that states that, or stated that, at least as far as I know, I don't think he ever broke it. I think this is the first time. Maybe it'll say in the article that states that if the Republicans are the majority in the House of Representatives, that the speaker, who would be a Republican of the House, would not move on a bill that didn't have more support, that didn't have more than half of the support of the Republican Party in the House. And this was to prevent the Democrats, the minority party in those cases, from advancing a bill. Well, Johnson was just like, didn't I already tell you? Didn't you listen to me when I said that I got a black son and I got a white son, and everything in this world is 10 times harder for the black son, and everything is just given to the white son? Didn't I tell you that? How did you not see this coming? Well, we saw it coming. We knew exactly what was going to happen. Speaker Mike Johnson delivered, and this is a Republican from Louisiana. So these are your down home, even your down home, this is what you get. Traitors. Delivered President Joe Biden a $61 billion more gift on Saturday afternoon, reversing his month-long pledge to never advance foreign aid without securing America's border. Multiple Democrats and possibly a few Republicans cheered, shouted, Ukraine! By the way, the only descendant of Ukraine, in fact, she might actually have been born in Ukraine. Victoria something is her name. And was it Idaho? Spratz or something or other. What's her last name? And she's actually from, and her town in Ukraine was just bombed. And she said, no more money. Don't give them any more money because it is perpetuating the slaughter of my people. I mean, what more does it take? I said this from the very beginning. You all are who are here, who are bright enough to be here, have had the answers from the very beginning that this was going to be a war of attrition. And that's what the $61 billion more is meant to do. They're drafting, they're dragging Ukrainian white boys and men out of anywhere that they can find them and saying, quick, go out there and catch bullets. Go out there and catch some artillery rounds. And now they're looking elsewhere, folks. And I've told you before, I submit that it's entirely possible that these anti-white bastards that are on this side of this anti-white civil war that's taking place between the anti-white oligarchs in Russia and the anti-white oligarchs outside of Russia, be on the lookout for them bringing in Africans. Be on the lookout for them bringing soldiers in from anywhere else into Ukraine, flooding it. And then there'll be nothing said about the gang rapes of Ukrainian women by the Africans that they bring into Ukraine to catch Russian bullets and Russian artillery and Iranian comical joke drones that could actually be built better by white high school students in the United States. But she says, Victoria, whatever, says no more money for Ukraine because they're slaughtering my people. This is perpetuating the slaughtering of my people. Multiple Democrats, and they got out there waving Ukrainian flags. They've done that with Israeli flags, and that's totally impermissible. You know what should be done is if somebody like me were in Congress or we're in the House or the Senate, I'd unfurl a big-ass Confederate flag. How does that sound? If you're going to fly your ugly-ass Ukrainian flag or your ugly-ass Israeli flag, you better believe I'm going to unfurl St. Andrew Cross, bitches. quote, "It is in violation of decorum to wave flags on the floor." Johnson scored Democrats. The Ukrainian portion of the foreign aid, and all the Democrats are coming forward now saying, we're going to protect Johnson. No shit. No shit, because he just got on his knees in a line in front of you guys and gals and somewhere in between. Ukrainian portion of the foreign aid passed 311 to 112. Johnson once again violated the Hastert rule. Only 101 Republicans voted with Johnson, while 112, a clear majority, opposed. Republican House members. So the money, our money. I want you to think about this. This United States, we taught every government of every Western country is at war with the white race, with the founding stock of that country, every single one. And you still have people piddling around. You still have white people and good non-white people choosing misleaders and misrulers, and we're really running out of time. We've really got to change things. They're at total war. They're spending, what was the price we were quoting? You'll have to look it up again on the other media like CNN, of course. $60 billion of taxpayer dollars just for the intruders, the criminal intruders that have come into the United States since Biden has been in office. 60 billion, and it's 70 some billion for defense. 60 some billion on, and it may, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, it might be to the tune of a year on these people. This is not including all of the other people who are on welfare, on social assistance in the United States. And of course, this happens across Western civilization. The lion's share of the tax burden is on the backs of white men and women, working class white men and women. And you have 60 some billion just to the intruders who have come in since Biden got into office. And now you have another 61 billion for more foreigners. It's always for foreigners. It's always for foreigners. And in this case, it's for our poor Ukrainian brothers and sisters to catch Russian bullets and to catch Russian artillery with their bodies. And so they can shoot back out at our Russian brothers so that they can catch American-made and British-made and German-made bullets and artillery and drones and etc. 61 billion more. And then 30 billion, you might as well just call it 30 billion, because on the surface, they're saying, what, the 27 billion for Israel, 27 billion. But then there are endless little tags, endless weapons here, weapons there, and allowances here, forgiveness is there. When it comes to everything is forgiven, debts forgiven, everything's forgiven when it comes to King Israel. So it's like America, it's like the leaders here in America, the anti-white leaders, bend you over so that Israel can have a go whenever they feel like it. Typhoon in Vietnam, I said last week, Israel gets money. Earthquake somewhere in India, Israel gets money. Comet, Haley's Comet's coming soon, Israel gets money. Israel gets weapons. Israel. America first, bitch. Sick of this shit. Anybody, any conservative content creator who is talking about an allyship, no, let's actually, why don't we have an actual ally relationship with Israel? And if Israel proper is invaded, then we will fight those who invade. How about that? This is a master Israel, slave America relationship where America is just like this. It's sort of like a weird, like Aegis, but from the position of a slave. Isn't that weird? It's like, you're going to pay for everything. You're going to fight all of its enemies, but you're the slave. You don't even get to own and operate. You don't get to say where Israel begins. And you don't get to say to Israel, shut your mouth if you're the United States. You just have to serve. You just have to do endlessly. And then we have an actual enemy that could pose a serious threat to the United States in China, that is pushing and permitting on its platforms and enabling the most destructive ideology in the West, anti-whiteism, pushing sear switches for black market handgun purchase, so that the gangs that are filling up this country right now have fully automatic handguns to go to war with us with, and bringing more fentanyl into this country on a daily basis than could kill the whole population several times over, and only 8 billion for Taiwan. Isn't that, there should be a blockade around China. That's what should happen. The Chinese should be shut down. That's where our interest should be. That's what's in the interest of the United States. You know, you're going to find a bunch of these explicit white sympathetics out there who they just love China. They just worship China. They just want to bend over for China. It doesn't matter. They just want, because in their idiotic brains, they're so fucking stupid. They think, well, if China is harming the West, then that weakens the power of the power structure here in the West. So that's good for us. That's how stupid they are. If you listen to them, you are as dumb as they are. Because the weaker the power structure gets in the West, the weaker we individually are within the matrix of that power, dipshits. But here you have Mike Johnson. Burn this guy to the ground. Where's Marjorie Taylor Greene? Well, I would pay to see Marjorie Taylor Greene punch him in the face. I think she could whoop his ass. Have you seen Marjorie Taylor Greene? She's built like a troll. She works out. She's hard ass. I think that she could whoop the shit out of that little paper mache bitch who said, oh, my black son is going to have it so much harder. The inverse of reality in the world. Was this a surprise? Of course not. So he decides he's not only going to break with the will of the Republican Party, the majority of it, he's going to break the Hastert rule in the House. He's going to work with Democrats to give them the money for Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan, and nothing done on the border. Nothing done on the border for your entire lives. How much longer? How much longer? Our conservative brothers and sisters, I got to ask you, please speak up to me. Let me make sure I didn't mute myself here. Please speak up. When are you going to get over that brain tumor? When are you going to get over that vegetative state that you're in? These bitches in charge that you keep voting for, these effeminate males and these masculinized women, are anti-white light. And they are the ones who keep delivering the defeats. Wake up, pull your heads out of your asses. You have to start supporting people who know how to make a change. And this community is the community who knows how to make a change. Republican House members circulated a document outlining a timeline of Johnson's repeated instances that the House would not advance a foreign aid package before securing America's southern border. Whoa, you got him there. You got him. He's been a hypocrite. Wow. Well, golly gee, Andy, they're just going to move ahead, but they're hypocrites. And so we're the good guys. That's all that matters. I see Pear Lady is here. Brent Danger, Cool Papa J Magic, Ivan the Horrible, Red Dog, Franklin is in the house. We are rocking it. And if you're not, it's because you're not in the right place. His reversal follows months of grooming by both. So, grooming. How do you interact with the word in your lived experience? It's psychological warfare. Jason has studied it for decades. Jason has found a way to defeat it. Why are you anywhere else? Months of grooming by both the White House and establishment Republicans. We've been working with him for months to try to get him there. Rory Herbert is here. 2 years ago, I was invited to a dinner in the Ukraine, ambassador to the UK as my old British Army regiment. Very cool. Well, you could have told them to demand that the money stop. No more money for Ukraine. The White House and intelligence state reduction of Mike Johnson re-education began before his seat warmed. According to Politico, the administration held several closed-door briefings for Johnson and other lawmakers to update them on the deteriorating situation in Ukraine. Yeah, you know what? It's been deteriorating for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters since the start. It's been bad. It's been putrefying. Putrefaction set in Ukraine from the first days of the conflict, set in from the first days of it. And they're like, wow, look how bad it is. We're running out of Ukrainian people to die. You're going to have to send more money to prop up their economy so the few that remain can continue to live like it's okay and like everything's okay and the country's not at war. This is worse than keeping a patient. Like, imagine a patient that has been, I don't know, maybe envenomated by something that we can't cure. There isn't any anti-venom. There isn't any way to stop the venom from eating the nervous system out of the person. But you keep pumping them full of adrenaline so that they stay alive a little longer. And while they're staying alive, they're experiencing the agony and the death throes of the venom eating them alive. But you just keep, because you don't want to see them. You don't want to see them. More adrenaline. Keep them alive a little bit longer so that you just end up with like this zombified thing left. There won't be any Ukraine when this is done. Are you serious? If these anti-white oligarchs keep pumping money into this defeated state, into this defeated people, there won't be a Ukraine left. Absolutely disgusting. Officials involved in those briefings included the CIA. You mean the Israeli-controlled CIA? Okay. Director William Burns and the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Now, of course, I'm not in the CIA as far as you know, but from the outside, as I say, and I will continue to say, every single CIA agent interviewed in written publications and video publications on the news, whether they're current, active, or they are retired, or they are on Instagram or on TikTok, active or retired, every single one of them is an Israeli jingoist. And they're just, every one of them, the mindset is exterminate every one of Israel's enemies. Just kill them all. Kill every single one of Israel's enemies. That's the CIA. And just keep that in mind, that this is the total black budget. You don't get to know anything they're doing, nothing that they're up to. You don't get to know any of it in the United States. Congress doesn't get to know. The president doesn't get to know. Nobody, as far as you know, nobody gets to know, because these things are all, it's for national security. They should, national security. I tell you what, if I were president, if I were in Trump's position and became president, good Lord willing, this coming term, I would march right in there. I would have all the files taken out. I would have all the people taken out. I would grab the 82nd Airborne and the Rangers, and I would go over to Langley. We would take everything and everybody out. I would say, we're getting all your names. We're getting all your activities. We're getting everything your motherfuckers are up to. No more secret shit from the American people. No more secret shit. Because every time we turn around, you sons of bitches, as we say down south, every time we turn around, you sons of bitches are up to something for the good of other countries. In particular, a little blue and white flagged country. At our expense. The Ukrainian bill was bundled into a larger foreign aid package, and these things weren't supposed to be happening anymore, if you all remember, these omnibus bills. Okay, and the Senate's going to move and vote on everything, and of course, you're going to discover that they'll have no problem finding the money. Well, who are the people in America, across the West, who are they looking to and for leadership? And we talk about this, and it's always worth touching upon to see what exactly is going on. And this is a great example. This is another great example of how the problem are our brothers and sisters out there. They are the problem. Who they're choosing for their leaders, who they're choosing. And by leader, I don't just mean, I know there are a lot of TARDISes out there, and they're like, what do you mean leader? We don't get to choose our leaders. The leaders are chosen for us. But I mean, shut up. One of you went over the other day, set himself on fire. And I don't know if that's something you want to contemplate. But all these like conspiracy people, just get the fuck out of here. We don't need you. We don't want you. You're useless. You're an idiot. And you need mental health help. Okay? Your family needs to put you into an asylum where you can get some help. Leader means whose thinking do you heed? Whose content do you find valuable? Do you promulgate? Do you disseminate? Do you perpetuate? Who's out there? Who are you deciding? Well, a market is created by the customers, and the customers are influenced by anti-white media. And so what do we see out in the world? That these customers influenced by anti-white media, what do they want? And you can get a little bit of insight about what they want by the kinds of people and content creators that think, I'm going to enter this field. I can enter this field. If we were in a healthy environment, then people like Nala, the ninja pornographer Ray, Nala, she wears a strap-on Ray. Nala, she wears a strap-on and bends men over Ray, could never even imagine. If we were in a healthy world, she would never contemplate becoming a conservative content creator. We'll take a brief look at a little bit of, just a tiny look at a little bit of her interview that she did with, who was it? Was it with Knowles? Who interviewed her? And we'll take a little bit of a look at that. But there's another one. There's another one that's looking out at the world right now and saying, you know what I can do? I'm a degenerate, psychopathic female who can, who has got nothing else to do to make a living. But there's this market out there that wants me, so I'm going to enter it and become a content creator, an influencer, to influence the right of center, if you're in the anti-white narrative, TARDISes out there who have already ballooned her Twitter account to hundreds of thousands, I believe. You'll have to check it out. She restarted her Twitter account, supposedly. So let's have a look at what the crazy plane lady, Tiffany Gomez, is up to. Oh, you remember Tiffany? That motherfucker is not real. That motherfucker. You all can stay on the plane if you want, but that motherfucker is not real. You remember her? Perfect conservative content creator. Hey, Tiffany, just say you're a Christian now, and millions of little Catholic choir boys, no matter what their age is, they'll line up and then put their back to you so that they can white knight and defend you, because Jesus can do anything. Jesus can even make an insane woman sane. Watch out. Watch out. You know, the biggest pussy is not going to be Tiffany Gomez, although I can assure you she's been around the block. And it's going to be all the little Catholic boys that line up to defend her. All the little Catholic boys that are like, whoa, what are you doing? She's accepted Christ. Tiffany Gomez posted her take on male transgender athletes participating in female sports earlier today. Wow. Big, heavy takes. That's where she's going to start out in a big way. The Texas-based real estate developer, and I guarantee you that she has gotten money. I don't know for sure. I'm not there. But in the anti-white world, female going into business, here, taxpayer down. This is the money that should have gone to that Jason Kuna guy. You can have that as well. You can have the money that should have gone to the Fornell guy and to the Brand Danger guy and to the Biospirit of the West guy and to the Franklin guy. You can just have all their money and then go buy yourself a big $1.2 million home down here, custom home in Texas, and then get yourself a little Tesla and a little wrap on it so that it changes colors when you move down the road. It's going to be great. And you don't have to take your meds. I understand it doesn't matter that you're on psychotropics, heavy you can take them, you can keep them, you can leave them, whatever. Guaranteed, my friends. 3 days ago, she shared a snap of herself wearing a tiny bikini branded by Ultra Right Beer, a conservative company that manufactures alcohol. Really? Whoa, look at her. Whoa, she's the latest hoe. How many have bent her over? My goodness. Well, there she is. It's the right beer. It'll be out of business, rest assured. But Jason, I remember these conservative misleaders of our conservative brothers and sisters, and they're like, no, we're shutting down Bud Light. We're just not going to give them any more money, and then we're going to replace them with our own economy. We got our own beer and coffee now. We got this Black Rifle Coffee that's all about supporting Israel and bending over and being effeminate and worshiping women's. And as long as we worship the women's, they will like us. If you don't want to worship the women's, then you're misogynist. Okay, anti-white. You. How about that? You and your little girl. Oh, I know I got a good beer here because it says it's right. That's how I know it's manly. By the way, beer, tons of estrogen mimickers in it. I'm told. I just happen to notice. I don't drink beer, and I notice a lot of the guys that do grow tits. So maybe there's something to it. And I'm thinking maybe also it has something to do with their genitals. Can you imagine all these guys? They're like in high school and they're still growing, but they start woofing down the estrogen in the beer. Tiffany Gomez, the woman who shot to fame. You mean fame? Infamy? After her, well, look at this. Fame after her infamous. This is the Daily Mail? I swear to God, folks, if you fell into a coma and woke up in 10 years, the mainstream literature is going to be so dumbed down, you're not going to be able to read it. She shot to fame after her infamous airplane meltdown has teased her new ex-fans about her views on transgender athletes. And that's where you see a lot of these conservative, they're not real conservatives. What do we call them? What do you call these, like faux conservatives or what? I don't know what you even call. They're anti-white light. They measure their deeds and they measure what's good by way of an anti-white metric. That's how they determine what's good. And then they just want to exclude the most recent, like the de jure anti-whiteism. So you want to say, big view, honey, big view. What, you don't like guys competing with girls? I guarantee you, Tiffany here has uttered that women can do everything a man can do. I guarantee it. Until they have to compete with men. And then it's like, oh my God, it's not fair. Who is that blonde woman? It was so cringe. And I don't even like to use that word, but I cringed so hard. It was like I shed my skin. My insides came out of me. What was that? I'm going to have to look it up. And she was going off about how she could never vote for Biden again. She has nothing to share. She can never vote for Biden again. Made it as mellow, as histrionic as she could possibly make it. Because of this allowing what they did to what was a title, whatever. They're allowing male athletes to or born male athletes to compete against and with females. Megyn Kelly, is that her name? Title IX, probably. I'm fired up. Days after the snap in a tiny bikini, Gomez posted her take. The Texas-based real estate developer wrote, quote, get this. Now get ready, because this is hard-hitting stuff. This is really... So, is now an appropriate time to tell y'all men don't belong in women's sports? Yes! Yes, it's appropriate. Do us. Just do us. Tiffany, do us harder. Give us more of these hard-hitting takes. 500,000 followers. How many followers does she have on Twitter now? I'm right all the time. I change people's lives for the better. I'm the only content creator in the entire white sympathetic sphere who is certainly in the explicit portion that has been used as a reference for employment. I'm the only one. I've saved people from suicide. I correctly predict everything going on in the world. I'm right about everything. But I gotta climb like I'm climbing over like rabid fucking porcupines who are foaming out of their mouths, just shooting foam of rabies at me. And I've got to climb over them to get like 10 more fucking followers on Twitter. And Gomez, she's like, now is the right time. Look at my titties. Look at my titties. Is now the right time to tell you? Yes. How about 1 million more followers for her? Line up, Catholic boys. Line up. Are you tired of the priests? I bet. Line up, Catholic boys. You trad cads. Line up the trad cads. No. Stop. No. Don't bend over. Line up the trad cads. After she wrote, maybe instead of Tell All Tuesday, it'll be Good Friday. Oh, whoa. I'm really impressed. Yeah, it's going to be Friday. And I guarantee you, show one of her being a conservative content creator on Good Friday will have 40,000, 50,000 watching live. Why not? Because the population is nothing but a bunch of vegetables. That's all they are. The white race is a bunch of just like waddling around vegetables. They couldn't be dumber. Later, she posted a clarifying tweet. I mean, did it really need clarification? I guess so, because of the vegetables, the white vegetables that are reading these things. They're like, what did she mean by Good Friday? What does that mean? Or no, they probably see did she say that, did she write the word, or did she actually use like the little stars there? Because if she did, then the vegetables were probably like, what does F*** mean? Gomez later posted clarification. Gomez. I think she needs to change her surname. She definitely doesn't look like a Gomez to me. And it really makes, I mean, the visual it brings up is definitely different. I've worked blue-collar labor with some Gomez's, and they don't look like this. Saying that she believed that women belonged in sports, but men do not belong in women. Still, really? Women belong in sports, but men don't belong in women's sports. Okay. And here she is. That's how you all remember her. Don't you remember this? In all seriousness, just aside, I'm having some fun. We're having fun. I'm riffing a bit. I felt really bad for this woman. I felt really bad because after the fact, because I thought, all right, she's all right. But like most women are. I mean, come on, let's be serious. Most women are. And so she came unglued on the plane, and then everybody knew, and she was, that would be haunting. So I felt bad for her. I felt bad. Like right after this moment, I laughed at this moment and uproariously. And then afterwards, I was like, that kind of sucks for her. That's kind of not good. She's gonna go home and she's gonna feel terrible. And once she gets on her meds, or maybe she's not even on meds, maybe it was just a girl moment. Maybe it was a girl moment, but there she is in all her glory. But she's back now. And I want you to really, the real point here, amid all of the extravagance of my arm movements and pitch and volume and faces and everything, the real point here to catch, the valuable thing, is that she did not conclude, oh, I'll just go be an engineer. I will go be I will go teach about, birds or insects or what. Why? Because there's no market there for her. She looked out at the world and said, where is there a market for me? A female in good shape, pretty, and who has, is pretty vacuous, but can repeat in a dilettantish way what others say. Where is there a market like that where I can get millions of pats on the head? I can have millions of guys showing up telling me how wonderful I am and fighting all of the people who badmouth me. Where can I go? Where's their market? Right-wing politics. I want you all really to appreciate that. Really appreciate the correct assessment here. And then where the problem is. The problem is in the customers. The problem is in the audience. That's where the problem is. If we were in healthy America, would she conclude that the thing for her to do to make millions or whatever it ends up being, to get millions of supporters, is to go into right-wing politics if you're talking about this within the anti-white narrative? Would she conclude that? Would she conclude that, I don't know, when like Theodore Roosevelt was getting shot and he's like, nobody's going to stop me from giving this speech, but there's a bullet in you. I don't care. I'm all man. Right? Would she get any attention then? No. All of society would shun her if she came out and said, well, I'm going to start preaching right-wing politics, and had a bikini on showing off her sexy body and giving these vacuous takes. White society would say, you tramp, put your clothes on, get inside. If you want to do something productive, have some white babies. That's what society, when it was healthy, would have said to her. But now there's a market for her to have millions of followers and to potentially make millions of dollars, and to, who knows, the other perquisites that come with it. So that is the really meaningful, problematic thing here, is that she is very knowledgeable that in right-wing politics, that's where her speed is. That's where her audience can be found. Soon after, her existing fans quickly flocked to her comments section to show support of her opinion. One user wrote, quote, one tradcath boy wrote, I don't see why this is so hard. If trans people want to play sports and they don't want to play with men, they should create their own league instead of taking over women's sports. Wow, cutting edge take there. Not that shouldn't exist, shouldn't be accepted in society, should be said, you are having a fundamental problem, and you have to go resolve that with the proper caregivers. No, make a space for them. While another added, Another tradcath boy added, quote, "Yes, queen. Men don't belong." I'm not fucking kidding you. This clown actually wrote, "Yes, queen. Men don't belong in women's spaces at all. Thank you." So, she has thousands and thousands of agreement on these airheaded, vacuous, insipid takes. I can give takes that are superior to some of the greatest philosophers in Western civilization. And we get like 5 people from this community who are brilliant, who come in and say, wow, really smart. But you're tarred, and that's the population. That's what we're up against. One user also chimed in and wrote, "Men do not belong in women's sports, not even the ones pretending to be women." Oh, that was a funny, you gintard. Well, just go back to watching Family Guy or whatever you do with your loser life. All right? Yeah. And if you're watching cartoons as an adult male, you're a fucking loser. Okay? I said it. So if you're watching them now, stop watching them. When I was a kid and I discovered people were watching cartoons that were no longer children, I thought, what a bunch of losers. And I still feel that way. My father never watched a cartoon. But some people were quick to question her views. Of course, these are the anti-whites. So they're like, bigot, fascist. Well, I got an idea for Tiffany. Why don't you go ahead and then read back them the definition of fascist? Because then you'll get them. Look at her here. What is she providing us? What kind of value is she providing us? It's cleavage. That's the value she's providing. That's what everybody's going to show up for. Success in pushing back against our victimization. The only successes we've ever had, not interested. We just want tits. That's what we want. Look at this. Tits. Come on. Hundreds of thousands of more viewers. We got tits here. Gomez shared a picture of herself with her 240,000 followers on the new account. 100% woke-free American beer. Oh, you got them. It's woke-free. Wow, yeah, I don't want to be awake. Can this beer put me into a coma? Can we call it coma-inducing American beer? Because then we'll really show them. She threw a tantrum, the worst moment of her life, revealed that she stayed in her house for a month. Now Gomez has relaunched her social media platforms. And so she's relaunched everything. And it's like this. You gotta love it. You gotta just love where we are today. Atop her new post, which she has pinned on the top of her profile, she wrote, "Wonder how many people I'm gonna piss off with this post." I tell you, good people don't give a damn. Wonder how many you're gonna piss off. Boy, they're so edgy because they're not woke. Likely referring to the revelation of her conservative politics, which she further teased today. A tan-looking Gomez is seen holding a can of ultra-right beer. Woke-free. $59.99 is the bikini. You can get one too and look like a goober. Look at her here. Look at this pretty little thing. Come on. She's a pretty little thing. What she deserves is to be in the kitchen and then recurrently bent over, spanked, and then allowed to return to the cooking and cleaning and making white children. That's what she should be up to. But nope, she is going, instead of being hounded out of public discourse like the ninja, the porn ninja, instead of being hounded out, totally embraced conservative dad's ultra right beer. Was that what it's called? Was launched 1 year ago in the wake of the Bud Light controversy. And just like I said, Budweiser didn't die. Pertaining to the brand's affiliation with transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney, entrepreneur Seth Weathers, who was previously behind the sale of millions of dollars of Let's Go Brandon wrapping paper, launched the brand to cater to Americans with traditional values. Hey, Seth, if you want to actually push back against anti-whiteism, we are the people who are winning. Come here and finance this. We are the people who are succeeding. We have changed the words being used in society, words being used in society. We've done that with no money. But no, just go get this girl. And then look, she's like, look at me. And she's got she's got bracelets here and bracelets, anklets and everything, everywhere you look on this. All right, so I'm tired of this. Why don't we go ahead and we'll see, because this is the other one that has decided that porn is, and I want you also to note that there's no real difference. It's an easy segue to go from pornographer to female e-whore, because they're both the same thing. E-whore over here, and you're showing dildos and sex acts and everything else, and then e-whore over here, and then now you're just going to be sharing your inept, flaccid opinions. I mean, the ultimate, we can make a prediction now, the ultimate that's coming is the e-whore that does both at the same time. Then you've got something. I guarantee you that's coming. That's how sick this society is. And then the little tradcath boys are going to be out there defending her. Leave her alone. It honestly, all of the people out there, it's one thing to argue that don't attack Nala, the man pumping Ray. Don't attack her. Just let it be. It's another thing to say that to defend that she's out in society and that she's getting attention and that she's getting more pats on the head and that she's going to be sharing her conservative views and defending that and wanting her to do that. That's a completely different thing, because I have to say, if you are endorsing Nala Ray or Tiffany Crazy to be conservative content creators, to be talking to our people, and you haven't been telling people to follow me, fuck you. That's what I've got to say. Total bullshit. Never want to hear from you again.
It wasn't as dramatic as the one when I started only, but I was not like, I was speaking to my dad, but we weren't like good. And my mom and I just like barely ever spoke. So her and I have never really had a good relationship, although I do hope that changes. So
this is your other new content creator for Conservatum. Going to have hundreds of thousands of followers like this, going to have nothing of value to say.
We still don't have a good relationship.
Now, think about this for a minute. Somebody who made $9 million in 4 years being an e-whore over on OnlyFans didn't give me $1 of it. We're actually changing the world. She hasn't contributed anything. Nothing to me. Nothing to the work that we're doing. We have the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. No contribution from her there. Millions of dollars, nothing going on. Think about this. She's making millions. All these pats on the head. And she says to herself, where is a market that I can get this much attention and money? Because she wants to get out of degrading herself for people that she has contempt for. And the choice, Christian conservatism. That's where I can make this much money and get this many pats on the head. The whore
relationship, and I'm not quite sure why. But you know, in my mind, I expected this change to be like the prodigal son returning. You know, in my mind,
the prodigal son. Wow. Now, here's one of the things about her is that she came from a family where the father was a preacher. I would think that Christians would say immediately, no, don't want to hear from you. I mean, just on the basis of the fact that she was doing what she was doing. If she wants to find Jesus and come to Christianity, great. Be quiet, go away. You don't know the path to walk. No one should listen to you. No one should heed what you have to say because you clearly are wrong. And no one should be telling others to heed what you have to say because this person is clearly wrong. Too many wrong decisions. But she knew Christ and then left and now wants to return. So that's something totally different. She was in a family with a preacher. She's the preacher daughter. And that's the route she decides to go.
I was like, I hope.
Okay, is she the prodigal son? The prodigal son was broke, lost everything, and came.
Reptile says, spoke with my dad. She's called more men daddy than American foster care. So true. True. Based. Real.
Came home. She has $9 million and went to social media. Christians, why are you this stupid?
That's a legit question.
God, it just blows my mind. It blows my mind. My Lord.
Samuski says, I've never heard of these people. So glad I have a selective attention function. Amen to that, brother. And you see this, the girl over here on the left, she gets shit tons of views. Every time I see her talking, now she might give mildly better takes than somebody like a Nala Ray or a Tiffany Crazy. But listen to her input here. Every time I see these videos of her, I don't find anything interesting. I don't find anything really enticing or insightful every single time. But shit tons of audience.
That's something like what it's like to return home whole, and not whole. He didn't come back whole. He came back broken. You know. But and then he comes back to his home, you know, where he belongs, and got an amazing welcome. I'm not expecting a delicious fatted calf. Yeah. Yes, and I wanted that, but it did not happen at all, and it kind of broke my heart a little bit. But with either of your parents, it didn't happen. In fact, they're actually getting another divorce right now.
So the parents had a divorce. They got married, and again, her parents, and now they're getting divorced again. Okay. Are you going to say anything?
I know a lot of parents that got divorced, Michael. I know a lot because it's real common. Guess what? None of their kids did corn. None of them.
What is the deal with this? Like they all, so many of these content creators, they change porn to corn, and they like, what the hell?
None.
It's a total going to trick out. The AI won't be able to put two and two together.
Character flaw.
Oh, man, that's brutal.
Yeah, but it's okay, you know. It's okay.
Yeah, and God's overarching providence, that all things will be turned to good, doesn't make it any more pleasant at the time.
It doesn't, but this is human feeling, you know.
Yeah, and again, I'm gonna stop this in a second. We're gonna move on. This guy right here, is he inviting me? How many successes do we have to have? Donald Trump himself could say my name, and this guy would not want to know how we're having all the success we're having. This guy, these conservatives, they don't want to know, wow, how are you all doing that? They know of us. They know all that we're doing. No interest in that at all. That's not newsworthy. That's your agenda is ostensibly to push back against the victimization, the destruction of Western civilization. No interest whatsoever in the people who are having success.
and we all experience things.
Oh, but the corn manufacturer.
And honestly, I'm thankful for the feeling. You know, I'm thankful to be able to feel again. I actually praise God.
She's thankful to be able to feel. I'm pretty sure she was feeling a lot. That was kind of the problem. Cupcake, soiled cupcake. That's kind of the problem. You were doing a lot of feeling.
That I can feel things. I praise God when I'm crying.
I can feel things now. I praise God that I'm crying.
Praise God when I'm happy, because it all belongs to him anyway. He is our creator.
I rejoice in my sufferings. It's a very traditional view.
Absolutely.
It's also downplayed in modern religion, which is that suffering is sanctifying because it joins us to the sufferings of Christ on the cross.
It does. Exactly. I just heard that yesterday too, and I could not be more just shaken by that. I was like, wow, when Christ was suffering on the cross, like he was able to forgive people who were killing him. And that was so beautiful.
Good God. Samuski says, oh, you bet they do know about Jason and no white guilt. All of them know. Yeah, they all know.
He wasn't rejoicing in the suffering, but thankful for it. And I was like, wow, you know, and he changed the world, completely changed the world. So yes. So I want to be like that. And I want to learn how to.
God changed the world.
Really?
Wow, that's an insightful take.
I'm not going to say. I'm going to keep that one to myself. I'm going
to guess that she had nothing to add.
Correct what I believed previously.
And so you got like these two females. They're like, these are the conservative, you know, like content creators. And they're hurling these totally deep and profound thoughts back and forth at each other. Yeah, line up for that, folks.
I'm just really excited for this new learning portion in my life, because I thought I was a scholar. Truly. I really did. I thought I had it.
A scholar of what? Fornication? You thought you were a scholar?
It all down. I'm like, I'm independent. I'm making money. I don't need a man. I am good to go. Like my future, my career.
Okay, so all of the anti-white standards, all of the anti-white metrics there.
Career, everything is great. Like I got a dog. I'm fine. So
classic modern millennial.
Reptile says she thinks she's like Jesus, gets nailed up by 5 men on Friday and comes back on Sunday. Nice. So true. True. Based. Totally based. Yep, the two shallow-minded female content creators hurling their thoughts back and forth, nothing of any value. And then you got this Glass in the live chat, obviously a fucking loser, saying, you seem bitter. Hey, dipshit, do you realize that we have something that's working, that's actually pushing back on the victimization of Western kind, that I've dedicated my life to it, and that I've saved lives, and that we have people like this guy who knows about us and knows the work we're doing, but he's not having, and shouldn't complain about that, shouldn't point that out, shouldn't point out that there is a market for these whores, these e-whores to show up, shouldn't do that, shouldn't point that out as a challenge, a problem with the population that we have to overcome, shouldn't do that. Because what? Because it's to be bitter. It's to be bitter. You sound bitter. You sound like a fucking loser. You sound like a fucking bitch. How does that sound? Glass? How does that sound? You worked your whole life on something. How about this? Do you even have a job, you fucking loser? How about you work your entire life, not just as a regular like 9-to-5 job, something you've dedicated your life to, and have the most success that anyone has had on planet Earth, and then see whores throw on a bikini, dilettantes come and go like there's no tomorrow, and then have hundreds of thousands of people instantly giving them all of their attention, all of their money, and not only is it a matter of not getting the reward for the work that's deserved. Not only is that not the only matter, but the other part of it is that I have to go down with the ship that fucking losers like you are creating. I have to go down with that when I have the answer. You try doing that your whole life and then see if you're just like, well, meh, doesn't bother me. I'm okay with lifetime of service, not getting what I deserve in response for it, and with my life and all of my loved ones going down the garbage disposal. And I'm going to show you, unlike you, motherfucker, I care for our people. And so when I see the little girl that I'm going to be showing everybody here in a minute, it breaks my heart and drives me to frothing rage, because I want to prevent the victimization of white children, unlike you, motherfucker, unlike you. So when I have something that prevents that, but everybody is listening like to these two bitches, it's going to be three bitches, because Tiffany is going to enter the fray as well. And we're going to get more and more of the failure and loss. And that means more and more of the white children, little girls crying because they can't be non-white. We're going to get more and more of that. That's your fucking fault. You sound bitter. Fuck you. How about that? How about fuck you and fuck your family? How about that? Absolutely ridiculous. You sound bitter. Fuck you. What group are you in? What group do you support?
Yes. It's like, I got everything. I got money and a computer and a dog. What else do I?
Facts. I drive a Porsche. Like, this is great.
And notice how she keeps talking. You're going to notice this thing. She's a materialistic person because that's important to her. She keeps bringing it up. Oh, I noticed his watch. Oh, I know the Porsche. Later, she talks about how much money she's making streaming. Money, money, money. That's important to her. I think I heard more about money than I did about God. I heard more about her toxic ex-boyfriend than I did about God. If your whole point is to convert, why aren't you talking about scripture? Why are you talking about yourself?
She shouldn't be here at all. She shouldn't be out in the public eye at all. If you were in that lifestyle and you decided that you wanted to come to Christ and Christianity, then you would immediately know that you need to get behind all of the other people and be quiet. All of the other people who have been doing right and doing good in the church, all of the other people that have been moral, you need to be quiet. You need to listen to what they have to say. She is not here for that. Clearly, we don't even need to. It's obviously a ruse for more pats on the head. I swear to God, this is going to come down to because you garbage out there, not the Knights of the White Table, but you garbage out there, choose these people to the hundreds of thousands as your leaders, as your content creators, and we're going to get more like this little white girl that we saw. It's everywhere. It's every white child, every single white child. If you deny it, you're just a fucking liar. Every white child has wished that they were non-white. Every single one. Maybe you can't remember when you did, but every one of them has wished it. Every single one. Because of how we're taught to hate ourselves. That's got to end. And at some point, I'm not gonna be able to wait for the audience to make the right choice anymore. At some point, I think I saw somebody in there write something about Jason, like Goodfellas style. At some point, I'm gonna have to make you. At some point, you're gonna have to be forced. And don't let this intellect start thinking in that direction. Getting done with this shit. Look at this is how happy this bitch is with all the money and power and attention she's going to be getting.
You have this amazing platform. Use it.
So, man, my mind could not be more changed. Oh my gosh, my soul is forever changed from that.
And with my talents, with my intelligence, with the dues that I've paid, with being a son of the West, become man of the West, and everything that should have accrued to me because of my hard work, because of my abilities in this society, in this civilization, and all of it stripped away because of my birth, because I'm a white male, and very specifically, because I have Germanic features and light features. All of it stripped away. But you sound bitter. I would. It's a good thing that you and I aren't face to face. I know if we were face to face, you wouldn't have said it, would you? If we were face to face, you wouldn't have said it. But if you did, I might have pushed your head down into a table and you'd be recanting real quick.
Oh,
So you never had a good relationship with your parents, and they keep getting divorced, and it's deeply painful, and it's very frustrating. And now you've kind of gone down this path, and some guy reaches out to you, whoever that is, and says, "Hey, you should join Only," and you make a lot of money and get famous.
Yep.
And then that happened.
it actually happened.
Which it doesn't happen for anyone, but it did happen.
You know, I mean, like one of the ways, like instantly, I tell you, my intellect don't start. One of the ways, if people like this, they know about me, they don't want to talk to us. At some point, maybe if they get the physical shit beat out of them by me, it'll be news, and then people will find out about me. Either they interview me and they talk to us and about our successes, or they find out about me because I have laid their content creator up in the hospital for 3 weeks.
It was crazy because the guy was like a recruiter. I don't know if he worked with Only. I didn't like.
And look at how excited she is to talk about it. And it happened.
All right, neither one of these people have anything valuable to say. And this one too, and until she decides to start showing some attention to the only community that has ever accomplished anything in pushback of the anti-whites, she's just as much of a problem. She's talked to all kinds of people, total inveterate loser scum she's talked to. But the people succeeding against anti-whiteism, nothing. No interest there. What's that bitch's name? So there are your two new female content creators that are going to rock the world. And you sound bitter. You sound bitter. I love for some full contact conversations. So you got Nala Ray, you got Tiffany, Gomez, and what do we have as a consequence? Because this is the kind of pushback that we've had going on for generations, right? Generations, the decisions have been to support content creators like this, and it just keeps chugging along. And so that is how, I guess I should just go ahead and say, that's how we get to the point where we have this anti-white black mayor who says it's his life's mission to make white people like me, like you, uncomfortable, scared. He says, go back and look at the news. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Well, he just had another press conference, and I wrote a tweet about it. Anti-whiteism is too white. So you see, I write, this anti-white, non-white mayor of a city that we created and allowed his people to participate in and allowed him to become a mayor has decided that anti-whiteism is too white. Brandon, this is Brandon Scott, says that the anti-white orgs that get the white taxpayer dollars to do anti-white work run by whites, and that is a problem. And therefore, he's directing all of our white tax dollars to non-white run anti-white organizations. So let's have a look at what this anti-white pig had to say here. This total anti-white pig. What's the problem with him? Not that he was born black. For all the losers out there who want a scapegoat. If you feel yourself, you're like, it's because he's black. It's because you're a loser. So you're going to have to not be a loser anymore. Stop looking for a scapegoat. Look at this guy here. I mean, is anyone in doubt having a look at this guy? At least he's got a suit on. He doesn't have a tie on. But those are Western standards. So he'll be doing away with the rest of that. Remember, he's been in a hoodie mostly lately. like in gym clothes, like he's rolled out of some sort of midnight basketball that white taxpayers are forced to pay for so that he and his friends don't go out and shoot each other and sell drugs and everything. That's what he's looking like a straight up homeless crack addict. And that's the mayor of Baltimore. You know, Baltimore, I'll just mention this again, 100% white, founded, created by white people, no one else. And then we allowed other races to participate. We gave them citizenship. We allowed them to be citizens and to live in the city of Baltimore. And then we said, you could even be elected representative here. That's how good white people are. But instead of thanking us, this anti-white pig said it's his life's mission to make us feel uncomfortable and afraid. And now he said all those billions of tax dollars that come into Baltimore, because it's all propped up. It's just like Oakland. And you have Benny Johnson there the other day at the, what's it called? The In-N-Out Hamburger or whatever the place is called. The only location ever getting shut down, even though it's profitable, because these monsters in this totally white erased area outside of Oakland can't stop robbing and victimizing and pistol whipping and bludgeoning and raping each other. And Benny Johnson shows up. He's like, here we are. It's like 9 a.m. thinking, oh, that'll be a safe time. Most of the monsters will be asleep, right? And they get robbed. They get robbed there. So here's this guy. I'm not going to taking all these tax dollars and then these anti-whites calling themselves Democrats, calling themselves woke, calling themselves progressive, calling themselves, etc. They then take our own dollars and they funnel them into anti-white orgs to inflict anti-white injury on us and our civilization. Well, that wasn't enough for this mother. No, that wasn't enough for him. Now he said, no, too many white people working in those orgs, those anti-white orgs. I'm just going to give it to the non-white anti-white orgs from now on. So the white taxpayer dollars, not even to the white anti-whites. Let's hear what the good mayor has to say.
For too long, public dollars have simply just gone to the big names and the big players in town.
The public dollars to the big name and the big players in town.
And dare I say, I know my staff is going to hate this.
He know his staff going to hate this. Probably because he has a couple of smart white people on the staff that might have been like, you know what? You probably don't want to piss off the few white people who give money to your campaigns. But he said, nah, I hate white people. So I'm going to go ahead and say it.
The big names and big players in town that just happen to be white ran organizations in Baltimore. And
then you hear this anti-white pig say this. I tweet this, and then absolute abject morons come into the thread, and they're like, oh, well, those white people, because they want to blame Jews. You know what? You fucking imbeciles, you vegetables. Even if these organizations that he's talking about were 100% Jewish, he's perceiving them as white. That means us. That means us. That means he's endeavoring to harm us. But I know you need a scapegoat. So it's just all about hating Jews. You don't care about us. That's why you don't care about the little white girl crying about not being able to be Filipino, about not being able to be non-white. You're not able to make a case out of that. That's not an issue for you because you can't blame Jews.
Investment made possible through the American Rescue Plan Act. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you to our congressional delegation. Underscores our dedication to ensuring.
So thank you, white race, for giving me all this money by way of the corpse in chief that I'm then going to, on the basis of your race, funnel away from you.
That all artists and communities have equitable access to resources, opportunities in Baltimore.
Look at this. You know what this is reminiscent of? When in South Africa, or was it Rhodesia, when they were celebrating the government and it was celebrating putting a well in? So that's how we get to the point. We get to the point that you have an anti-white, non-white mayor of a major American city. It's the major city between Washington, D.C., New York, that, part of the megalopolis, that's saying no money for white people, even anti-white people. We got here because of your choices in content creator, because of your choices of who you were going to heed. That's how we get here. You want to know how it's going to get worse? Because of your choices of who you heed and who you follow. Why don't we get over to what is really the most infuriating about how we get here? Why don't we take a look at the most infuriating, which those people out there who hate Jews, they don't care about this. They're not going to be talking about it because they don't care about the little white girl down the road. They just care about having a scapegoat that they can blame for being a loser. So I wrote here on my tweet, every goddamned white child in the West, every one. This is the deep injury inflicted on us from effing birth. This anti-white bullshit. We are taught to hate ourselves, to white flight into another identity, to escape the evil within us. Have you had enough? White females, have you had enough of telling your white babies why everyone else is special and that no matter how hard your white babies cry, they can't be non-white? White males, are you going to stop following cowards who give you scapegoats? Nah, they're not. They're not. I'm going to try to not absolutely lose my mind watching this again. I'm going to try to stay calm. I'm going to try to reel it in a little bit. This is every single white child. We have seen how many parents actually want to videotape their child expressing such visceral despair for their essence. None. People aren't going to want to videotape that. And then post it. So but nonetheless, it still shows up everywhere. People are not going to want to post that. Visceral disgust with their spirit, with their essence. And then these content creators, they're going to want to turn it into an abstraction. The conservative content creators are going to want to turn this into an abstraction. This deep of an injury, and you're not even on the basis of our race, on the basis of our being, and you want to turn this, you want to deflect this into something else? You want to say it's something else? You want to talk about what? What abstraction do you want to use to replace that this is an intentional injury based on our birth? Well, it's manifold. A conservative content creator will pick anything in the world before they defend us on the basis of our identity, on the basis of our race. We shouldn't be talking about races at school. Abstraction number one. We shouldn't be prioritizing races at school. Abstraction number two. We just go on and on. Or are they going to talk about it at all? And then you have the other losers who are not going to mention this at all. But if their followers pressure them into mentioning it, they're just going to say, well, the Jews did it to us. F the Jews. That's what they're going to say. No comment about the injury on us. How about all of the tortoises out there, all of the vegetables that just want to talk about genocide, white? That hasn't happened. But this happens to every single one of us. You diminish this real world, omnipresent, ubiquitous injury, biospiritual injury. When you talk about something happening out in the future, it's psychological warfare. The anti-whites give you that to repeat, and you repeat it again and again. You have no idea how fucking stupid and misled and beguiled you are. Keep talking about some injury in the future while your babies are doing this.
What do you mean? What am I?
What am I? Listen to the tone of the mother, taking it like a joke. What about last month with the little boy? What was it, in Ireland? And the little red-haired little boy, and he was hating his identity. And the father's same thing. Ha 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 ha. You hate who you are? Well, that's the silly. Oh, people's white kids are not taught they're special. And it doesn't matter how many times at home you tell them they're special. It doesn't matter, because they go out in the world. If they're not inoculated against anti-whiteism, if they don't know what anti-whiteism is intended to do to them, if they don't know, then the pressure, the peer pressure, the psychological warfare of anti-whiteism dominates them. They dominate what the parents say at home, which is why all of these Christian parents, all of these patriotic parents, nationalistic parents, European religion parents, that's why you all find your kids hate you. That's why this common phenomenon of the kids rebel against the adults. They only rebel against their white parents. What am I? Can you imagine? No Jew is going to come home and cry to his parents, what am I? No black is going to come home and cry to his parents, what am I? No Hispanic, no Arab, none of these others are going to come home crying to their parents, what am I? We are the only goddamn community that cares about this. We are the only goddamn community that cares about these children. If there is a God in heaven, he will give me the power to blink and delete every one of these people in our way. This injury, this absolute deep white noir, inescapable white noir, tarnishes, undermines, shackles every one of our abilities, our talents, our drive, our desire to serve our own well-being, to be productive leaders in our groups, in our communities, in our family groups, in our church groups, in our lodges, in the troops that we get in the schools where we put our children. Everything is undermined. Every single thing. How many times have you been in a work environment where you have it's multiracial, and the white people are waiting for all the non-white people to give their superior views, and they're just keeping their thoughts to themselves because they've learned they're evil. They've learned that they're nothing. They've learned that they are living this life with a born sin of being white. They have to self-efface, self-regulate, disappear. And then you're going to go listen to the Nala pornographer, to the crazy Tiffany, to the boring drab girl, to the haters of this, to the providers of scapegoats. And this gets worse and worse. It's been there since I watched my own friends cry as a child. My own white friends cry as a child. I've seen white children since I'm an adult crying because of the fact that they're white, wanting to know what they are, wanting to escape being white. You think that goes away? And what do the white little girls do to escape? What's the primary thing to do to escape? To open their legs for non-white males, to go to war with white males in every conceivable way, to have nothing but just this visceral, contemptible disgust for white males. And the white males hide in basements. They hide in video games. They hide from society.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What am I? What do you mean? Like, what am I?
You are a daughter of the West, a glorious people that has done magnificent things in history. You are hunted by anti-whites who lie to you, who endeavor to deceive and undermine you, who endeavor to strip you of that glory. You are a daughter of the West. You are pristine. You come from royalty and inventors and creators and conquerors, people that have invented and conquered disease and gone to the moon and tamed flight and electricity and everything else in the world that everybody enjoys. You are a daughter of the West. You are the envy of the world. You are the only being on planet Earth that can bring forward the white man that has done all this and more. There is nothing more magical than you, daughter of the West. Let me teach you about the evil that seeks to undermine you.
Ian. Give me a hug. Come here. It's okay. Why are you so upset by that? Why are you so upset? Because I thought I was. You thought you were what? That language. So what did you tell your friends? I'm Filipino because I thought
So, white flighting into a non-white race. This poor little girl, like the rest of the white children whose parents didn't videotape them crying over this, or they couldn't bring themselves to actually tell their parents or put it into words to be able to tell their parents. This little girl, what's the difference between this little girl and all of the white people who will lie on applications to get into schools, who will lie on job applications? Because it is socially laudable to discriminate against white people, particularly white males. And it is legal to discriminate against white people, particularly white males. White flighting away from the evil white race. Have you had enough? Have you had enough? We have the way that works. If you inoculate your white babies with the tactics in the Go Free stratagem that utilizes the same understanding of the human psyche that the psychological warfare called anti-whiteism, which defeated the West, utilizes that same understanding, that same knowledge to undermine anti-whiteism. When you use this, you save your children. You save this little girl from this is a permanent wound that will fester until she dies. Do you understand me? Does that not infuriate you enough? Are you going to keep coming around and wondering why I just don't provide you with scapegoats to blame everything else on? So you can say, well, my daughter, she's ended up with the Filipino boy. Damn Jews. Fuck you, man. You goddamn loser. Well, as long as, and then you go to the conservative content creators. Oh, well, as long as the non-white children she produces loves the Constitution and they're going to carry on. Fuck you. This is a deep, unhealing wound without the Go Free stratagem. I can't take anymore. Let's look at American Indians. How do we get to the point where American Indians are waging war with impunity on Western kind and our country? How do we get to that point? Same reason. The audience. That's how we get to this point. I see Winged Productions is here. Jay Bishop is here. Orion is here. Sammy, Cindy Ben, one of Western kind. Great to see you all. Kingdom of Vinland. No White Gill Clips. Jason, Spartan, Janice. Clash Sensei is with us, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit later in the gathering today, during the announcements, we're going to be talking about the great Clash Sensei, one of the very first subscribers to my channel. God bless you. Great to see you, brother. He said, the channel has gone so far. I'm so happy for this growth in scope of content and depth of work. God bless you. Japanese, right, brother? And in college, when he started following yours truly and has stuck with us, LG is here. B is here. Samuski says, salutes to King Jason. Thank you. TJ is with us. Thank you to Janice for helping B to tag me. I don't see a tag from B. I'll need somebody to maybe copy paste. Oh, wait. Completely unrelated, but I appreciate your IQ. Thoughts on dating a bisexual woman? She's a good person, but not very conservative. Franklin and my mind say no. Thanks, and Kip. I say no. I can come back to that question, but you don't start with somebody. Don't start trying to bring somebody to some semblance of white well-being who is potentially, by way of sexual preference, in an anti-white environment and mindset of white erasure of our mores. You can start with somebody who is much more neutral. And if that came down, if that was your only option ever, then best of luck. But I would not start there. Shield Maiden. Hello to you. Hyperborean Dream. Harbor. Great to see everybody. Higgins, hello. Make sure you share the link. Now, if I were in charge, I tell you how much I would tolerate this anti-white, non-white.
And they remind me of an interview I did for the Get It Together series, the statue toppler. As you know, I'm a big advocate for keeping historical statues. They symbolize our identity and what we've achieved.
And an abstraction. This is why the statues are being torn down. I mean, I don't want to pass this point by too quickly. Waters just used an abstraction. I'm a big advocate for keeping our statues. It tells us what we've accomplished, where we've been. Total abstraction. That's why the statues are being pulled down. Are you hearing me, conservative friends and brothers and sisters? Nobody fights for abstractions. They fight for their people. If we decided that our statues are an extension of ourselves, and therefore when those statues are attacked, it's an attack on us as a people, the white race, Western kind, founding stock of this country, then we would defend them. And then no one would be pulling statues down. In fact, more statues would be built. But you're going to have this abstraction, and they're going to just keep coming down. Folks, how long does this process have to march along? How long do we have to witness America become abstraction and then white erased? How many content creators do we have to watch? Like Benny Johnson, for example, who turn everything into an abstraction. And then all of these hordes of people show up to hear the abstractions that are being defeated one after the other. How many times do we have to do that? That's why they're getting pulled down.
But not everybody believes this. I talked to Mike Fortica. Mike's a part of the Anishinaabe tribe, a father of four, and the leader of the American Indian movement. He became infamous for toppling the statue of Columbus in Minneapolis.
Okay, so if we were defending our statues, he would be executed for that. That's us. Christopher Columbus is us, motherfucker. It's us. You're going to respect us and what we create in our heroes. You're going to respect it. I don't give a fuck if you disagree with it. I don't give a head back to your, if you live in a wigwam, head back there. If you live in a corrugated roofed house, head back there. If you live in a mansion, head back there. I don't give a fuck if you're offended by it. This is ours, and you're going to get some respect. Look at this piece of fat shit. This anti-white piece of fat shit standing on a toppled statue of one of our heroes with his foot on its neck. Folks, these statues being decapitated, pulled down and killed, drowned, are in lieu of us. These are effigies of our living flesh. We are next. I mean, it's already happening. It's already happening everywhere. And it has been for generations. This revenge against the white race is happening and has been happening. This guy gets a slot on Jesse Waters. Yours truly doesn't. I've got the cure for our victimization. But Jesse's going to bring on this anti-white, villainous garbage. This pusillanimous garbage. So that he can say, naughty. But you know, the interesting thing, though, is that this is not the interesting thing. But I will say, I've got more respect for this American Indian than I do for Jesse Waters. Because this American Indian is fighting for his people. Jesse Waters couldn't give a shit about his people. He doesn't even consider having a people. If he did have a people, if he did think of us as a people, he'd have me on.
During the George Floyd riots. Mike really, and I mean really, hates America. But
you mean he really hates the white race and therefore America? If America were sans the white race, oh, this guy would be much happier with America. So what is it, Waters? What is it, conservatives out there? What is it, Protestant choir boys? What is it? My Protestant choir boys out there. What is it? The Christian nationalist Protestant choir boys. Is it hatred of Christianity or is it hatred of the white race? If you got rid of white people practicing Christianity, I know you'd find, because we see it everywhere. It's all in the media, and the absence of it from the media, all the signs are there. They would love Christianity. They'd have no problem with it, or they would love it. They would love it if more black people decided to be Christian and there were no white Christians. Then this angelized group in the anti-white narrative, you would hear nothing but Christian gospel music and have Christianity shoved down your throat.
But why? Let's bring in Mike. Why do you hate America so much?
Because to me, America was built on genocide, slavery, and colonialism.
Okay. So his tribe, I guarantee if you look up his tribe, did his tribe wage war with any other tribes? Did his tribe defeat other tribes? Did they displace other tribes? I mean, I looked into the history of American Indian tribes and their internecine warfare, and it was sanguinary. I mean, it was absolutely bloodthirsty all that I read. You can look into it for yourself. Maybe I'm just genteel, and that's why all of the cannibalism and decapitations and etc., the horror stories of this tribe about these tribes and that tribe about those tribes, you've got to look into it there, because it's not out there for basic regular consumption in the anti-white narrative. So I'd be willing to bet that this guy, so he's saying, and where does this come from, by the way? Where does it come from? The anti-white narrative. How was America founded? How was America founded? Well, a white tribe showed up in North America, and there were a bunch of red and brown tribes, sometimes peaceful, sometimes fighting each other, sometimes committing horrific atrocities, sometimes enslaving each other, sometimes cutting the babies out of wombs. I mean, you can just look it up for yourself. And the white tribe did the exact same. It engaged in some diplomacy, it made allies, it waged war, and the white tribe won. So eat it, you motherfucker, eat it!
And we have been through so much trauma, and America.
Okay, so his American Indian ass through so much trauma. I want you to compare this old villainous garbage, anti-white garbage, with that little white girl who's through the trauma. He grows up in a country where the conquerors, the people who won, built a country called America. We named it. We called it the United States of America. We built a government. It is the most productive and was the most beautiful place, etc., on planet Earth. And unlike other conquered peoples, this conqueror, this white conqueror, decided to totally honor and respect your defeated ass. You're defeated. I mean, I know that some people call the American Indians red, so you could maybe red ass. The white people with their white asses won. And then your red ass was celebrated to the heavens as an American Indian. You're all over the money. We left everything you named almost. We allowed to stay named with the names that American Indian tribes gave those things. Total honor, total respect, welfare out the wazoo, entire segments of this country. Just hand it all. Even though you're defeated, show me in history where that happens. Show me in history another conqueror that is like, we'll give you state level size pieces of land, even though you're defeated. Even though we just could take it all, even though we could just run you into the sea. We give you not like a little strip like the Israelis, not like a little tiny strip that's an open air prison that they build fences around. Oh no. We give you giant swaths of this country when we don't owe you shit. And then we take our tax dollars, our inventions, our medicine, our agricultural science, our engineering science. We funnel that all to you. We funnel it to you. And then a great many of you are able to build, as a consequence, we hand out licenses to gigantic businesses that we protect, that we say only you can run, only you can make the hundreds of millions of dollars on, only your people. And then we say free schooling for you, free everything for you, bending over backwards for you. And all where does the trauma take place? This community knows. The only place it takes place is in the anti-white narrative. In fiction, they're all oppressed. In fiction, they're all downtrodden. In fiction, white men follow them around with bullwhips 24/7. Taking from you what? What? You know better than all these white people watching what it's like in your tribe, what they produce. I chime in and I watch your little dances, your little ceremonies. They're fucking wearing our sneakers. They're using our dyeing techniques, our dyes, our clothes, playing music out of electronics invented and created by our people. But then you look at that white little girl who's put upon, you old motherfucker. conquer who's suffering. You grow up in a world where the white race tells you how special you are and then rewards you with being born that way with all of this and more that I've articulated. And that little white girl, all these white children, they're brought into a world where they're told how evil they are for being born. So you're born being told how special and how peerless you are for being born American Indian, non-white. And the white children are brought into a world being told how peerless they are in their evil of being born white.
Doesn't even realize it. They don't know what we've been through. And
he can't articulate it because there's nothing there.
I don't hate Americans. I dislike this this experiment, this failing experiment.
This country has never been an experiment. And any conservative content creator telling you that, I think should be verbally punched in the face. Verbally punch them in the face with our lexical ledger domain. Verbally punch them in the face with our lexical ledger domain. It is not an experiment. America is a people. It is the white race. It is the people who found this country. You know what? Since I was a child in junior high school, I have been telling adults that we don't have to disavow our creation to allow others to participate and to laud the participation and contributions of others. You don't have to do that. I mean, effectively, what's happened is that the white race built a house. We called the house America, the United States. And then other races of people showed up, they wanted to participate, or they were brought in against their will by selfishly individualistic anti-white people who were harming us first before they were harming any other group. And then the wife of the house said, don't say that this house is ours. You're going to make them feel unwelcomed. You're going to make them feel bad about themselves because they didn't build it. You just leave that part out. It's just tacitly known. It's just known without saying that we built it and that they're contributing and we can laud them and everything. And then the dumb white guys, gelded as they were, they said, oh, yes, dear. Yes, I won't say it because I don't want to make them feel bad. And I've been saying since I was a child, if they feel bad over it, fuck them. I don't give a shit. This is ours. This is my country. This is my people's country. This is our soil, filled with blood and tears of our people, filled with our labor, filled with our memories. It isn't theirs. It isn't an experiment. It isn't for the multiracial masses of the world. It's ours. And at the same time, I love and cherish and laud people of all races who come to this country, adopt it, and contribute to it. 100, not one jot less. I don't have to disavow what's mine and what belongs to my people to honor people who adopt this country and contribute to it. Are you insane? Well, what ended up happening over time? Over time, they know that it's ours. We can that's just tacitly known, became it's an experiment. It's not yours. And then that became, you don't have a culture. You don't have a people. And white people agreeing to that. What's our culture? We don't have one. Well, you've disavowed everything. Exactly. You don't have a culture. You don't have a country. You've disavowed it all.
Because one of your most important documents, it talks about how all men are created equal.
I always find this amusing when anti-whites disparage everything that's white and then misuse these statements of white men to defend their anti-white positions.
Declaration of Independence. And then when you get down to the bottom, it says the merciless savage Indians. That's what they refer to us as, the merciless savage Indians.
That's how you were behaving. Not every one of you. There were American Indian tribes that white tribes allied with. And they weren't merciless and savage toward us. And guess what, bro? You're over there saying the exact same thing about the white race. You're over there saying, well, the white race was merciless and savage. You have no idea what we've been put upon. You didn't experience shit. You haven't suffered with shit. Your ancestors fought my ancestors and yours lost. Get over it.
Do you say that you're
okay? So he's saying, he's making that point because he totally misunderstands, like the rest of the anti-whites out there, that the all men created equal is this idea that the founding fathers of America were articulating, that there are no differences among men and the peoples of man, that they're all the exact same. There are no talents. There are no differences. There are no talents that are better or worse given different environments. No, they're just all the exact same. And so you're such hypocrites that you would refer to people who were murdering your women and children out on the, you go look it up for yourself. See if there were any American Indian tribes that did that sort of thing. Go look it up for yourself. And that you would dare call them murderous or savage or whatever it was.
your declaration, your constitution. You're an American Indian, but you don't seem to believe you're an act.
So there you have the pushback. This is your country, the disavowal. This is the conservative response. This is the conservative response that Tiffany will have, that Nala will have. This is their country. They're destroying their own country. How weird of them. I mean, this is so disgusting. This is so despicable.
Actual American.
I'm Anishinaabe, and my allegiance is to the Anishinaabe Nation.
Okay, so I respect this guy as much of as much of an anti-white garbage human being as he is. I give more respect for him because he's like, your country. Here you have the conservative trying to disavow what we've done and say, oh, it belongs to you, non-white man. Why would you destroy that? Has that worked yet, Waters, on your brain? It hasn't worked. That's that abstractionizing of what we created and giving it away, disavowing it for ourselves. White people didn't do it. The black race built, oh, in this case, it was the American Indians built the country. Just keep giving it away. Does it work? No. This guy responds and says, look, your country, my loyalty is to my tribe. You know what, buddy? I feel the same way.
And to the other First Nation peoples of this country, that's where my allegiance.
Okay, so his allegiance not only to his particular American Indian tribe, but to all American Indian tribes in opposition to the white race. But Waters is not even going to mention that it's an attack on the white race.
Lies. I do not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We do not stand for that flag because that flag does not stand for us.
Mike, what do you believe gives you the right to top?
The flag doesn't stand for us. This never ends, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter. The only time it ends is when there are no more white people.
Topple our statues.
Well, it's not our statues. It's that one in particular. I believe Christopher Columbus should never take up space in the public square. He's a rapist. He's a murderer. And that's what I don't understand.
He should be executed for saying that about Christopher Columbus. He should be totally executed. If I were in charge, that would be treason, and it would be, if found guilty, capital punishment. This is our hero. I don't care what you think about him. You'll keep it to yourself. You're definitely not going to touch his statue because that's our memory of him. That's me. I am in that statue. You ain't going to touch it.
Why would you look up to this guy? I mean, he got lost, for heaven's sakes. There was really no redeemable qualities.
Look, he's laughing at it. You're right. You're right. He got lost.
There was no redeemable qualities of this guy. He brought alcohol, Satan, and Jesus with him. And those have done so much damage to our people.
So for toppling the statue, the judge sentenced you to teach about the American genocide to young school kids. I'm not sure if that judge had the best idea there.
Whenever I talk to anybody, a group of people, the first thing I tell them.
What is the American genocide? Is that at university and in education what they are now calling the defeat of the American Indian tribes by the white tribe? Is that what they're calling it? The American genocide? You know, it's really, I find completely amusing about being the anti-whites being in power and being able to communicate this on a widespread scale, to use the ugliest word, because they know when you say when anyone says genocide, we have all been infected with visuals of bodies laid up, emaciated bodies laid up like cordwood, black and white photos, horrific. People emaciated and nigh death behind these fences and everything, concertina wire all around or the equivalent thereof. And so it evokes, and all of the attendant emotions that are connected to that, it evokes all of that in us. And so and something that has been inflicted by the white race on non-white people. They draw this up, and yet all of these genocided peoples are still here. They're still here. In other words, there wasn't a genocide. There was merely a defeat. But is that what they're calling it now? The American genocide?
Them as a message for the non-natives, a message for the white people.
You see, I did not even watch this all the way through. I watched the first like 20, 30 seconds of it, and I knew I would want to speak to it. He is talking about white people. We knew that. Waters on his brain knew that. But he wants to turn it into an abstraction. He wants to disavow the creation and say, oh, no, your hatred is not for me as a white person and white people. Your hatred is for the country, but it shouldn't be, because the country is yours. It's not mine. It doesn't belong to my people. It's yours. Why are you hating it? And again, has never worked. It has never worked.
That you were not here, you didn't do it. I wasn't here, and it did not happen to me. But the animosity, and see, we're not blaming them, but the animosity comes from the fact that...
Okay, so not blaming the white people today, but you got to make amends. We got to white erase you from everything.
They have it all. They already took it all.
And they have, the white race has it all. Come on, translate. You know, if Jesse Waters wanted to do any good, he would pin this guy down. So we're talking about the white race. Go ahead now. Mike. Go ahead, Mike. Is his name really Mike? Are you kidding me? So he's speaking in English. Why don't we have an interpreter? He should be speaking in his American Indian dialect with 250 words. He should be speaking in that, from that particular tribe, 250 word dialect. He should be speaking in that with an interpreter. And he should change his first name. I'm going to go ahead and get, what's that surname? Is that really an American Indian surname? I don't know. You could tell me. Mike is definitely not. You know, you never came across, our ancestors didn't roll up onto the plains or wherever in the United States and was like, hello, what's your name? Mike. Came back from the American Indian. No, I don't think so.
And they're benefiting from the genocide. They're benefiting.
Okay, I got it. So it is. American genocide is now anti-white narrative. I didn't know that. Somebody write that down. I didn't know that. Talk about a new meme pathogen for me personally. I had not heard that. And I am inoculated against anti-whiteism, so I'm able to deflect it. Other people won't. That little girl in Canada, not going to be able to deflect it. She's now heard the American of the Americas, genocide of First Nations and all this other kind of shit. And now she doesn't want to be white. You see how it all works together? So the genocide that now I and you and that little white girl, we have to pay back Mike for the genocide that was inflicted on American Indians.
From what happened,
According to the anti-white narrative.
We're still suffering.
And we're benefiting. Another one of these anti-white claims that is intangible. There's no way to prove it, no evidence, and therefore no way to disprove. So all logic, I'm afraid something that we perfected in the West, no logic applies here. It's all just magic. It's all just the magic smoking pipe. That's all it is.
We're still suffering from what happened. And so I want to let them know that we do not blame white America. They were not here, but we need their assistance on getting some of this land.
Getting the land back?
Back.
We had a lot of...
Okay. And it goes much further, of course, you know it does, than land. American Indians who love this country, who love the white race, who are tired of seeing the anti-whiteism, they need to stand up against garbage like this and say, no more anti-whiteism. That's why we're losing everything. You're not going to get, listen, bro, you're not going to get, not only are you not going to get more goodies and more, you're already getting shit tons from the white race, but it's going to get a lot worse as Western mores disappear. Because I wonder how the blacks and how the Mexicans and these other brown tribes, how they're going to treat you guys. Wonder how they're going to treat you. Allies until the white race is gone. Real quick, we'll take a look at, and there have been great American Indian Americans. You can think, for example, the American Indians that were in the U.S. military during the World Wars and using their dialects, which the opposition didn't know, to be able to communicate information. Great contributions to those people. Very grateful for those efforts. But this is what we have here, anti-whiteism. The last thing we'll quickly take a look at these guys. Well, it's Tristan and Andrew, is that who they are? And the Tates. And of course, you know that they gave this tweet Andrew did, and calling out white males as losers. We covered it. They are losers. And a ton of us have been demanding that they talk with me about this. We'll see if they do. We'll see if they do, or if it's just about, I guess we could say, like, ginning up their audience to get more views and therefore more money off of all these white male losers who will pay them and will attend their get-togethers so that they can feel like there's all of these like omega males that will get to feel like they're alpha males because the Tates allow them to watch their shows and buy tickets to their events and buy things off of them. They get to feel, these omega males get to feel like they're alpha males. But something very interesting happened. What we did here, pushing the word anti-white into public discourse, we're the ones who did it over the past 7 years. It wasn't in public discourse, period. We are the ones who did it. Anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, white well-being, Western kind, white erasure, on and on we could just go. We did it. And so what's happening in his audience? They're calling him anti-white. What would they have called him before? If we had not done this, what would he be called? All of this has changed and is continuing to change. And we're going to be celebrating our swashbuckling champions' colossal achievements again every single week. In just a little bit, pushing the lexicon and dialectics. And it's so much more than we can even celebrate and cite. But it's because of us that this is happening. So, Knowles and the rest of you, how are you not talking to me? How are you not talking to me? It's because of this that Andrew Tate is being, it would have been an abstraction that would have been used on him for this. No white people would have stood up and said, you're anti-white, because they didn't until we fucking seeded it everywhere. Strategically, and fuck every one of you in the white sympathetic sphere who want to try to co-opt what we did for all those years, telling me it was wrong and it couldn't work. And then now you want to say that we didn't do it and it was just everybody else and it was always out there. Fuck you. You better hope that I never see you in person, because I am not kidding you. I will stomp the living shit out of these thieves of the work that we are doing, because it absolutely undermines changing the environment for that white little girl in Canada. So let's see how these the Tates had to respond. You know, maybe Andrew doesn't want me to show up on his show. Here's Andrew. Have me over. Where you are? Where in the world? Fly me over, or maybe I'll get some donors and we'll find a way to fly me over to wherever you are, and I will go shirtless on your show with you. Or do you not want to be seen with a proud, shirtless white man who is, I know you fought in a lot of cages and with a referee. I did a lot of fighting without any referees. So without anybody to say, okay, it's over. He's hurt. So you want to have me on or not? Or you don't want to be with a white man, a man of the West, to talk about this? I'm telling you, you're right, but for the wrong reasons, and we could talk about it. Directionally right, but for the wrong reasons. Listen to what he has to say because of this community.
I'm not anti-white at all. I'm trying to inspire resistance. I'm on your side. Top G would never let you down.
Yeah, you're
Who do you trust, me or Ben fucking Shapiro?
You're against straw man right there. He's using a straw man for making anti-white statements.
Against all genocides, and Ben clearly isn't. And the genocide of white people is happening slowly but surely.
An abstraction. You can't touch and experience and feel the genocide. That's why we don't say that. And for the bigger reason that when you say genocide, you immediately bring up in everybody's minds white people murdering Jews, starving them to death. And everybody sees those sad souls, even though all of them in those pictures weren't Jews. Everybody sees them, and that's what the white race does. So you don't say it. It's psychological warfare. Listen, Andrew, I could explain psychological warfare for you.
Ben loves genocide. Ben wants people to die who he doesn't like. Do you understand? And we all know Ben's true motive.
Okay, so straw man, I didn't see the whole conversation, but obviously the conversation there is about his letter, open letter, which I responded to, and not enough of you, of this community, yes, but of the regular white population, not enough of you gave a shit for a real white man, a heroic white man that has unlocked the psychological warfare used on Western kind and has developed a stratagem that undermines that psychological warfare. Not enough of you retweeted it. Not enough of you picked it up and shared it. Not enough. I mean, probably a shit ton more would have responded if the crazy airplane girl decided to just mention it. Of course, she wouldn't have written what I wrote, but decided to just mention it. But Andrew, I'm here. You can reach out. You can reach out to me on Twitter. You can reach out in the thread here. You could or your handlers or the people who work for you, whatever it is, and I will talk with you. I'll be the smartest the most intelligent person you have ever spoken to. And you're not going to get any scapegoats out of me. You're not going to get me blaming other races. I perfectly understand the psychological warfare that is waged on us. You want to have the keys to the kingdom, you can talk to me. Otherwise, you can keep talking to the bitches. Be right back.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred.
The hardest thing about being a Westman is everyone saying you're persecuted much less than. Meanwhile, they hide all of the torture you've been through and all the persecution modern day that continues. We need to retribalize and give our family jobs. And if another race does the same, I'm for the cause. Get back to living life how it's supposed to be lived, where culture can survive and there is no conflict. Continue diversity is an insane way of life, and children not seeing races of the biggest lies. This goes beyond me, I am defending my son. And if you don't have any children, you still father every one of these kids who need protection. So objection to the flood, immigration, devastation, all our nations rise above. The flame doesn't die when you pass on the torch, so use it to shine light to help these kids know their worth. These wonderful little minds are all that we have, and once we pass on, I'm unsure if we'll come back. So I'm living for today and focus on the fact that this is for the future, yeah, the cubs of the pack. This thing that's facing us is bigger than escaping us. When we're gone, life continues, so save And in most countries they don't allow you to homeschool, but raising a child is supposed to be what homes do. It's clear as all get out that they want to indoctrinate a better environment away from you. Is just not the case. You know your child better than anyone does, and you will not be alone, cause we've been rebuilding us. Shout out to School of the West, Dean Danger's the best. When it comes to good curriculum, it's where to select. When it comes down to the children, we cannot hold our breath. Get them away from degenerates, flashing violence and sex. Like I said, retribalize and start building next. The Westman Library emergency is not a test, we need to vocal tune stop. This thing that's facing us is bigger than escaping us. When we're gone, life continues, so save the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get out your raucous emojis. We're going to celebrate the swashbuckling of the previous week, which we do every single week, celebrating our successes. The actual words showing up in the world today, they're our doing, and we are happy to share with you all so you will understand where it comes from and how it comes to you. It's not just happening. It's not always been here. It's because of us. And we begin, ladies and gentlemen, with the one and only, as is also the norm for us, Franklinator. Give it up for the great Franklinator, 007s, quadruple 07s, out in the real world, swashbuckling everywhere he goes. Democrats are the anti-whites. Are you this glorious? Probably not. We hope you will be. End anti-whiteism. Stop white erasure. End anti-whiteism. Providing, ladies and gentlemen, the website, giving people something powerful to use in their lives and providing them the place to find more. This is how competent strategy works for white well-being. Give it up for the great Franklinator. Continue to celebrate Franklin because he worked extra hard going out and grabbing all of these victories. And most of the ones we have here today, there are so many. God bless the great Franklins. Give it up. 07s, 007s, quadruple 07s, crowns and gems. And Ivan the Horrible's got the right idea with the little turtle. This guy, Franklin, is a true hero in service to white well-being. And thank God, in all seriousness, that he came to us. Of course, with his great spirit, he would. Let's continue this celebration here that we have going because, folks, if you didn't see it, this past week, this Rothmus tweeted this meme, and right here you can see it says hashtag anti-whiteism. Check out this guy. 100% Elon Musk. Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. I tweeted about this. Perhaps the most influential person, the most consequential person of our age. And there he is, one step closer to yours truly and you and all the work that we are doing in service to white well-being. Give it up for the great Elon Musk. He already has crowns. What can you give this guy? Maybe some gems for his feet. Maybe some turtles. Something for the great Elon Musk. 100. So when Elon Musk starts saying anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, white erasure, etc., Western kind, it's going to be because of our doing. Whether he decides to talk to us or not, it'll be because of us. And people in the white sympathetic sphere who don't want to acknowledge that are scum. Let's keep on moving to a hero par excellence, non-Perel, Cool Papa J Magic. Give it up. Big salutes. 007s, Raucous emojis, 96s. Here he is on a Charlie Kirk video, swashing over on Charlie Kirk, and these numbers are off. This first comment is now over 600 likes. We need to be worrying about Western civilization and the anti-white narrative that's ruling us. No more anti-whiteism. Over 600. And down here, this comment has over 130 likes and climbing. Western civilization is under a full-scale invasion, and I'm tired of talking about the well-being of other nations while we are being white erased. These are the concepts that we are spreading to hundreds of thousands of people every single week. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is back again. This time it's Cool Papa J Magic swashing under a Brandon Tatum video. He writes here, anti-whiteism on full display as usual. 896 likes, for God's sakes. This guy with anti-whiteism. Give it up for the Cool Papa J Magic. He is I'm talking about a force of nature here. Cool Papa J Magic, absolute force of nature. Down here with another comment. Big fan of anti-whiteism, are you? To one of the other people who is trying to mock anti-whiteism. Perfect response to that loser. Cool Papa J Magic. And this is, I think I might even be missing one. I don't know. Let's see. This is Cool Papa. We have Cool Papa J Magic. Maybe the Misha Petrov is here somewhere. We'll see. Maybe I missed it. But he was under Misha Petrov with a big victory as well. Here he is again under, looks like Matt Walsh. And he says, who else is sick of anti-whiteism? 6,000 likes. 6,000 likes. Big salutes to this force of nature. He has come in. He's the Cool Papa J Magic is the 5th season, everybody. Give it up for this hero. Everything he's touching is winning. Here he is again under another Brandon Tatum video. This time he says, just call it anti-whiteism. That's what it is. We should stop using their euphemisms. Nearly 1,000. I guarantee you it's over 1,000 likes. This guy has likes to just rocket day after day after day. Give it up. Quadruple 07s for the 5th season. Cool Papa J Magic. Yeah, it looks like we are missing. I did have it, but there was a lot of computer problems right before the stream. But Cool Papa J Magic on Misha Petrov as well with a big comment and tons of likes. Big salutes to Cool Papa J Magic on that as well. He's got so many victories. We can't even come close to getting them all. Here you have no white guilt clips. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy this past week has made like over a dozen clips, I think, of yours truly, making me sound better than I actually am. Give it up for the great, the one and only, the hero clips, ladies and gentlemen. This one clip alone has over 11,000 views. Ladies and gentlemen, over 11,000 views. Give it up for no white guilt clips. Big salute. Showing love, celebrating. And here we have Paul Zaipula back again. Another elephantin success by Paul, writing here, another white teen pummeled at school. This is just getting worse. Anti-whiteism is sadly raging in America and in our schools. And he made anti-whiteism bold. How many people saw that? 80,000. 80,000. Big salutes. Big salutes for this elephantin success of Paul Zaipula using the lexical legerdemain. Then we roll over here. We have, this is for White Wellbeing and We Are Western Kind, swashing on Joe Rogan. For White Wellbeing, the great For White Wellbeing, a big, extraordinary clip maker, as you know. He says here, anti-whiteism is the unspoken issue for Americans. Already 129 likes. Right underneath of it, we have We Are Western Kind saying no white guilt. 27 likes already showing up. Big salutes, big love for these champions. How about some more IRL from our buddy John G? John G in the house. Give it up, swashbuckling. Rest in peace, Bobby Mayer. People will look that up. Brave victim of anti-white terrorism. Brave victim of anti-white terrorism. God bless this hero. A literal driving billboard for white well-being. But John, he didn't stop there. No, he went further. No grievance committed, question mark. No atonement. NoWhiteGuilt.org. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Throw him some crowns. Throw John G. some crowns. The world is changing because of these people. The world is changing because of these heroes. God bless every single one of them. How about this, ladies and gentlemen? One person you know very well. Wonder why he's using white erasure. Let's hear from the one and only.
But, you know, I look at this kind of more impersonally and take a step back and say, look, think about it this way, right? Andrew Tate is the biggest social media influencer in the world. He's the most Googled man in the world a couple of years ago. We had a couple of days on Twitter where the background assumption of the conversation was that, number one, white erasure is happening, gray replacement is happening.
So it was up. Big salute for Keith using white erasure. We need more pressure of white erasure. You saw he followed it up with the meme pathogen, great replacement. White erasure, celebrating for the use of white erasure. Keith Woods, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Keith. Please use the words that set us free. Let's keep the celebration going for Biospirit of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, a big celebration for Biospirit of the West. His tweeting is extraordinary. He is commenting all day long. It's always sophisticated. And obviously, he's got a super high IQ. But just imitate Biospirit of the West. He tweets constantly. He's responding to people. He uses memes. Give it up for this leader of the outreach team, leading by example. Biospirit of the West. Nothing but 07s and love. Give this man some swashbuckling flags. If there's anybody that deserves a swashbuckling flag unfurled for him, it is the king of swashbucklers, Biospirit of the West. But don't give it up there. Make sure you get out crowns. Make sure you get out gems. Make sure you get out dinosaurs. 96s for the great Biospirit of the West, because we're celebrating again. We're going to point it out again, because the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org is started off with a financial gift from this hero of $4,000. $4,000 by this committed hero for white well-being. Where are you out there if you have the money and resources to be able to give like that? Give it up for the champion, Biospirit of the West. Give him the love and salutes he deserves. one of Western kind, an extraordinary champion. We're almost done here, swashbuckling, and we're going to continue moving along. One of Western kind, all the glorious things that he does. Just this past week, made a fantastic clip of yours truly. Give it up for one of Western kind. Give it up also for a new clip made by Based White, who made a brand new clip this week. Share both of them. They're on my Twitter. Fantastic heroes. God bless them. Franklin wants to give extra celebration and acknowledgement to Ivan, to No White Guilt Clips, and to Jay Bishop for their excellent, superb swashbuckling on Donald Trump Jr. Give it up. When Donald Trump Jr. is saying these concepts, when Daddy Trump is saying these concepts, it's because of our swashbuckling champion. One last bit to celebrate, and that is RC the Realist's album, Rapper Going Free, has hit over 30,000 streams on Spotify, over 30,000 swashbuckling. One of the songs even has nowhiteguilt.org in the song. Give it up for the swashbuckling excellence, the true godly excellence of RC the Realist. And keep your eyes open, because this Tuesday, he's releasing a brand new album, Man of the West, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on his channel. Make sure you celebrate that. That's some swash, ladies and gentlemen. And as you know, we'll be right back. Let's get into some of these financial gifts. Plenty of time left in our gathering. We would like to hear and see from you when you are ready to do so. I see there are a lot of comments already over on Twitter, and I will be getting with those in a moment. First, though, the financial gifts. So let's get to those right now. Over on Entropy, we have one of Western kind, ladies and gentlemen. One of Western kind. We're just celebrating $50 financial gift over on Entropy. God bless you, champion. Get out all the crowns and the raucous emojis for one of Western kind. Again, 07s for this magnificent contribution. 50 white well-being dollars. Let's see what he had to say in connection with those dollars. He writes here, $50 for the recapture of our destiny. God bless you, brother. Big salutes. One of Western kind. Thank you, man. $50 over on Entropy. Wilson Bear, keep it going for Wilson Bear. 2 financial gifts from Wilson Bear, totaling $40 for white well-being. Celebrate the bear, the champion bear, for gifting $40. And on the first one, he writes, this has already been a banger of a gathering. Starting some prepper plants, and is that prep? It's supposed to be pepper or prepper, and cooking some steaks for dinner with no white guilt. Those are going to be the most succulent steaks you could ever have with no white guilt. Thank you, brother. He also writes, I've been reading Born Guilty. The parts about your childhood have been shocking. Things weren't that bad when I was in school. You're a hero, sir, having the stones to carry on all this time. God bless you. Thank you for that appreciation. I deeply honor that, and I thank you. Wilson Bear, a true hero. Make sure he feels your love with many gems to throw at his feet. Roll out the red carpet and crowns for his head. That's here on Entropy. Let me turn around and see. Do we no financial gifts on Rumble? Let's take a look at D Live, and we have here no financial gifts, but hello to those over on Rumble. Make sure you tag me if you would like. Same ad admonishment on Rumble, and let's check out Odyssey. We have a $5 financial gift over on Odyssey. Thank you so very much from Sin City. And he writes with those $5. Thank you so much, Sin City. He says that white genocide is more real than all those imaginary, I guess, what do you mean, genocides? Well, I appreciate the $5 financial gift, and tag me if you have anything more that you would like to have, and I will get back to you. God bless you. We'll swivel around this way, and we will see over on Subscribe, Star, we are refreshing, and Cash App, we are refreshing. I'm going to make sure that I did not mute myself, as my electricity that's coming off of my body is wont to do occasionally. We've got a lot of comments here on Twitter, and I will be having a look at those as well. And looks like we have some even under the thread. We have Kevin over under the thread on Twitter says, here we go with the nude trolls. Oh, that's the porno people. I see. They're underneath there. Yes. The porno trolls have shown up. Good to see you, brother. And I will get the comments over here on Twitter as well. And we have here on Cash App. Looks like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Get out the raucous emojis. Keep them out. Keep them loud. Keep them raucous. Let's blow the roof off this place. Make sure your neighbors know. Make sure your emojis are so raucous that they feel it into the future and into the past, ladies and gentlemen, because we have two champions walking in the door at the exact same moment, both of whom are financially gifting 100 saluting dollars. 100 saluting dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Can you guess? It's from the champions, No White Guilt Clips and First Last. How epic is that? Both of them coming into the room with 100 saluting dollars. And in case you don't know what those are, that's $107. A truly impressive feat to both enter the same time with the exact same financial gift. We also have the great Yiz the Unifier. Make sure to catch Yiz tomorrow on Discordant Dragons at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here today, she financially gifts $5, and she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. God bless you. Yes. First, last, and clips coming in together. 107 financial gift. God bless you both very much. And again, the $4,000 financial gift, a princely sum from the great biospirit of the West to the Foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam. If you are out there and you want to financially gift to a group of people who are making a difference, to a group of people who want to change and are changing the world, who are creating the white positive ADL, we are the community, and the Foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam is the place to do those big donations. Get your tax break, 501c3. Looking forward to hearing from you. We also have over here on Subscribe, Star June. God bless you, June. $5 financial gift. And with those $5, she says, hello, Sir Kuna. Here is a clip I made from Steve Turley's blog yesterday. I'm not going to be able to see it here. Or is it just a cut and paste of your words? These were the words that Turley wrote. Joy Reid spewing openly anti-white rhetoric for hours to her mostly white liberal audience, close quote. I've been practicing the lexicon in my comments in his Turley Talks program. I don't often get a like on my comments, but I plan to continue to work on him and his audience. Thank you for your great work. Thank you for your great white man anger. She said she loves it. Must be a woman of the West. Big salute to June. Thank you. Hey, you'll get there. You'll get the likes. You'll get the. Take a look at what Biospirit of the West, what our Cool Papa J Magic, what so many of our champions, how they end up getting attention. You can get that exact same attention. God bless you, June. Thank you so much for your efforts. Swashbuckling. How many ladies in other circles of white sympathy are actually active and getting success for our people, actually changing the environment? None. So God bless these people. God bless you all. Great to see you. Thank you all for celebrating. Let's keep moving right along as we are approaching 8 p.m. on the East Coast of the once great United States. And we will, let's see, in the mailbag, I guess technically it's not really mail, but we do have some mail. And it's from, we'll just get inside here. It's from the Foundation for White Wellbeing, awarding yours truly for the work that I do for white well-being. Big celebration, ladies and gentlemen. That will continue. That will continue indeed. And a big thank you. God bless. God bless. Prometheus bless the work that we are doing. And that was the mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. It was I loved it. I opened, I was like, oh my God. This is like, hey, the millionaires, they got a place to go. You want to get a tax break, or you got big money, or maybe you're not, you got a lot of money you'd like to give. There are options. Head on over to the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org, and you can find a way to create the foundation, a white positive ADL that's actually effective, that's actually changing things, that is not going to be headed up by some snarky little trollish bitch that is going to just slander other groups of human beings. No, you want your world to change. We want to end this victimization of Western kind. We want to end the victimization of that little girl, of all little girls, of all white little girls and little boys. You want to save our countries from dissolution. We are the place that you need to invest. We're going to get into the Go Free segment of the day, which is also going to be, we'll do these announcements too, which is also going to be our Twitter space, which is the path to becoming an anti-white. A financial award. Slaughtz is asking, an award? Yes. A financial award from the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org. Hyperborean Dream is here. Great to see you. LG, great to see you. One of Western Kind is here. Strange West. Bulldog Boris. Real. Love Bulldog Boris. Great to see you, man. Real Heroes. Art Acrobats is in the house. The Nameless One is here. Wonderful to see you all. Proud Citizen is here. Spud is with us. Great to see you. And make sure you tag me. I'll be keeping an eye on all of the chats. Shamuski says, oh, what a great show. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I love all the celebration for the people who are actually doing something. Pants is with us. Great to see you, brother. With you kind of Saxony is here. Hello and welcome back. Great to see you. It is because of these doers that have these people that you hear the names of and you see here regularly. Orion is here, who are out there promulgating the concepts and the dialectics of this Go Free stratagem. It is because of them that the conversation about the victimization of Western kind has changed. It is because of them that that conversation has changed. And it's changing everywhere. Exactly as I said these concepts and these dialectics would work. Exactly as I said, that they would be picked up in far-flung and nigh circles. Exactly as I said, and passed on exactly as I said. It is a practice that you engage in that improves yourself, improves those around you, that inoculates your children, that enables us to recapture our destiny, that backs us into a place in a healthy way where we discover that we are actually members of a people and that our well-being is only attainable by way of our group's well-being. And that indeed, the reality is that it is our well-being and ending this anti-whiteism that will benefit everyone of every race who lives in the West, because everything is being taken away from us by way of the anti-white argument based in retributive justice against Western kind, against white people, against Westmen. That is the basis for their anti-white, immoral, moral imperative that has been communicated by way of entertainment, learning institutions, pontificating leaders of public and private organizations, pontificating politicians, and the like, and has become the social morality of the West, undermining Christianity and political disagreement, everything. And so it is there that we have to target to recapture our destiny. I have figured this out. Champions have added, and we continue to grow. There'll be a third edition of this stratagem, which you bring into your life as a practice. And this is how the power centers that we need to act against our victimization, this is how those power centers will be able to move against that victimization. And that's how you see change across the world. Not by these other means. None of the other means have worked. You already know that. You've seen it. So a big conversation has been, what makes an anti-white? How do you become an anti-white? And I see this recurring. We're going to put that into the Twitter space when we get it up and rolling, and I want you to participate in that. You may still, please tag me, and I will be keeping an eye on all of you. Doug is here. I'll be keeping an eye on the financial gifts as well. The great Mestizo Karf is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Are you familiar with the actress Molly Ringwald? Yes. She said that a lot of the movies she's become famous for were too white. I did see that clip. And why would she say that? Because it is the moral thing to say now. It is a moral thing to say that society or movies, the America of the past, is too white. It is immoral for those things to have been white. So that should tell you, that should give you a hint about what's going on. How we got to where we are today. I can explain all this for the Tates. I can explain it all for them. It's absolutely revolting. But that is the reason why. I'll be keeping an eye out, folks. Make sure you tag me. I want to hear what you have to say. Let's interact. I'm here for you. So let's continue. The path to becoming an anti-white. And we have somebody saying, let's see, on Twitter, that every human has an instinctual desire to belong to a group. Yeah. The neologist, he calls himself. Then he says, who is this guy? I presume wondering about me. I'm your savior. I'm your deliverer. Jesus Christ was your savior. I'm your deliverer. Daughter of Eve is over here. Hello to you. She says that the Tates are pimps. and that went into media to be conservative influencers. Hey, great point. Kind of just like the females that we were talking about. Just like you can easily move from being a pimp, a whore, or whatever, to being a conservative influencer. Isn't that something? Conservative. Daughter of Eve says she also thinks that the Tates are potentially a psyop, and that the Tates inspire the gag reflex. And Daughter of Eve also asking a great question. Is Jason shadow banned? Why doesn't he have more views? Yes, indeed. Shadow banned and some other reasons. But clearly I am the best. And because I'm this is the only community changing anything. We're going to change something right now. No convoluted explanations, straightforward. Nothing that is, I guess too mysterious to understand. But straightforward, easily accessible, but it does put a burden on you to get to work. The path to becoming an anti-white. We all have felt jealousy and envy, all of us, especially when we were children. Even if you were the most attractive, you were not the best musician or the tallest or the whatever. Even if you were the wealthiest, you were not the healthiest or the smartest or the whatever. The best of us use jealousy and envy to spur our efforts to equal or transcend the things that inspired these sentiments. And when nothing constructive can be done to equal or transcend the things that inspired these sentiments, we mature by coming to terms with the reality. We can improve our appearance, but few of us will become models. We can increase our wealth, but few of us will become millionaires. However, some people do not handle jealousy and envy well. A poisonous flame of resentment is ignited in the hearts of such people. They aim their resentment like a loaded rifle at all those for whom they feel jealousy and envy. As a society, we condemn jealousy and envy, so those who hold these poisonous flames of resentment grope to justify their prohibited resentment. The keepers of such resentment are exceedingly susceptible to creating and adopting ideas, excuses, and ideologies that justify and legitimize their secret resentment. And more importantly, they are exceedingly susceptible to ideologies and organizing principles that right the wrongs of the things that inspired their resentment. Anti-whiteism speaks to these unhealthy sentiments and promises to right the wrongs. Equality is the demand of he who measures his weaknesses against the strengths of others. With equality, he publicly justifies his unprincipled resentment. Both white and non-white anti-whites begin their sickness from the same place, jealousy and envy. When they look at the grandeur of Western civilization, the beauty of Western kind, and the glory of the West's history, they feel jealousy and envy. The anti-white, non-whites, feels this way because he is not a Westman and thus not an inheritor of the dignity that our heritage bestows upon us. The anti-white Westman feels this way because he does not see himself as a member of our people and thus not an inheritor of our dignity. He might fixate on his wealth compared to our wealthiest, his intelligence compared to our most intelligent, his attractiveness compared to our most attractive, his talents compared to our most talented, his health compared to our healthiest, his humble upbringing compared to our most advantaged. Jealousy and envy highlight the disparity between these individuals and Western kind, and they call that disparity injustice, defining themselves as victims. But who's to blame? Fate? Chance? God? Anti-whites cannot satisfy the desire for revenge on abstractions or deities, but they can avenge themselves on Westmen, who, by virtue of their existence, cause and benefit from the injustice, who by virtue of their existence are avatars for Western kind. In this way, anti-whites recast every Westman as an avatar for every strength against which the anti-white measures himself to be weak. Every Westman represents greater wealth, even if he is poorer. Every Westman represents greater advantage, even if he is disadvantaged. Every Westman represents greater beauty, even if he is ugly. This is the true aim of the anti-white, to punish the Westman for the feelings of inferiority that Western kind inspires in him. We'll stop there. If you have any thoughts on it, or you need any clarification, just ask. I'm here with the answers that work, that explain things clearly. Just ask, and I will respond. I'll take a look at the live chat. The great cool Papa J Magic is here, but driving with no white guilt. Awesome, brother. Art Acrobat says Ringwald made millions of dollars for being a white icon. Yeah, and pointing out that that's an enormous injustice. That here you have this Ringwald actress and made herself fabulously wealthy. Far more money than everybody here will make in several lifetimes of labor. And then she is going to slander the white race as being too present, too alive. You should just be less alive. We can bemoan, that she would do that. But what's more important, of course, is identifying why and defeating the why, which is what we do, which is what Art Acrobats is a great player in, a great swashbuckler in defeating the anti-whiteism. The great Franklin pointing out that Molly Ringwald was villainy signaling. She's out there saying these anti-white things, and she feels these anti-white sentiments. They were too white. There shouldn't be white people in these things. You wouldn't be able to say that about any other race. Would you be able to go to China and say their movies are too Chinese? Would you be able to go to India and say their movies are too Indian? Of course not. Would Molly say that? Of course not. Why? Because she's an anti-white, ghettoized piece of shit. That's why. She should be disparaged as absolute scum. That's what she is. What does it demonstrate? Does it demonstrate that she is exhibiting an abstraction? That I guarantee you there are conservative. In fact, have any of you heard from conservatives what kind of arguments they made to push back against conservative content creators, to push back against Molly Ringwald's statements? Or did they just delicately ignore these sorts of things? Just step right around that. Oh, just step around the murdered white child. We are conservative content creators. Just step over the bodies of white children. Is that what you heard, if anything? It should demonstrate to everyone that we are being targeted. The healthy white person will view that and say, we are being targeted. And we demand an end to that victimization. A healthy white person wants to jump in there. A healthy white person is going to be able to imagine the difference. Somebody going to Molly Ringwald and saying, some conservative abstraction about why it was wrong for her to say what she said. She's going to go, that's the morality. That trumps your abstraction. Yeah, it does. She's right. Imagine these other losers out there that want to go blame some other race. She said that because Jews are Jews. She's going to say, well, you're some kind of a revolting, disgusting human being. Our brothers and sisters will say that you're a disgusting, revolting human being. They're going to ignore that. What happens if white people were to say, get in her face and say, that's anti-white and it's repulsive that you would be that immoral? What then? Well, I submit her response would be a lot like Andrew Tate's. I'm not anti-white. Which one wins? Which one wins? Oh, the great Fournol has arrived. Glorious and wonderful to see you, champion. Vulture is here. Hello to you. It all comes down to jealousy, doesn't it? Says LG. Precisely. Jealousy and envy motivating anti-whites. Jealousy and envy. And it's all about seeking to victimize as a punishment Western kind by way of any white people, because any white person, as I was saying there, the last part, is the avatar. That's how you can get a poorer white guy losing an argument to a richer black guy about white privilege. That poorer white guy represents all the wealth of the wealthiest. And when you use our dialectics, I think a lot of people don't quite the dialectics that we form here, like the lexicon is easier to see, like you got, but the arguments that are made utilizing the lexicon are massively, colossally powerful, and they are all the outcomes are preordained by way of the unspoken premises. That's how this is engineered. So you can see how important it is. All of the work under the hood to make the engine work is me tinkering with it all, right? So you can see how not only futile it is, but how wrong it is to go to someone else and say, well, they can just co-opt a concept or an argument, a dialectic, or 2 or 5 or 10, and then they've got the same thing. No, because they don't know how to build it. They don't know how to run it. It's like a car without the engine. You've got to go back to where it's made, where it's built. The road conditions are always going to be changing. And maybe, I guess, these co-opters, these thieves, these characterless scum, maybe they think, well, when Jason thinks up something new for a change in the road conditions, we'll just steal that too. Maybe so. Maybe that's what they're thinking. All right. Just taking a quick look. It looks like we don't have... we have some announcements that I want to get to, and we'll go to the Twitter space. Let's see. First announcement is ask. Yes. Okay, yes. So if you are going to, again, one more time, financially gift on Rumble, only gift $1 at a time. And I'll be able to see it. It'll light up. Anybody else in the Rumble chat will be able to see it. But only $1 gift at a time, because Rumble takes 40%. I do want to ask one more time if across the platforms, is anybody seeing any audio and video that's out of sync? If so, let me know. Tag me big time. Let me know. Mention again that RC, the Realist's new album, is debuting on Tuesday. I believe it's 7 Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you catch that. And finally, in the announcements, I want to bring your attention back to Clash Sensei. And he was in the live chat a little earlier. And unless I'm wrong, a Japanese man who was one of the very first to subscribe to my channel, and he's still with us. He was a regular commenter in the beginning. He was at college. He wrote this here. Glad to see you are still doing great after all these years. Since I found your channel back in my college years, the anti-white movement has only grown more since. Hope you haven't forgotten me. You are doing a good thing for the culture we live in, and I believe your content can help inspire others as well. Let's give up some raucous emoji celebration for Clash Sensei. That is awesome. All these years. Thank you so much. Good sir. A true friend very early on in the existence of this channel. We salute you. 007s, quadruple 07s for the one and only raucous emojis. Clash Sensei. God bless you, brother. He also I wrote back, and then he wrote back about his family. He says, family's doing well overall. However, his sister's having some medical issues, and they've fallen on hard times financially since her husband has been having to stay there, miss work, take care of his sister. So let's get some positive energy and some prayers going in the direction of Clash Sensei's family, that his sister will recover and her health, and they will recover financially. God bless you, man. So great to see you still around. And I'm never going to forget Clash Sensei early on, always in the threads, always present for white well-being. Let me grab this and we will get us up and running here on our Twitter space. And I'm going to keep an eye on you all, your comments. Let me know if you have questions. Understanding what anti-whiteism is and how people become anti-whites is critical to understanding the pushback. All right. Okay, here we go. I thought it wasn't going to give me an opportunity to do spaces. I was like, well, maybe they took it away from me, huh? Maybe they're not going to allow me to do spaces anymore, but they will. Looks like they are. What story made you all the angriest tonight? What story did you have some thoughts on? And the Twitter space titled The Path to Becoming an Anti-White. And I just want to start off by saying, for every anti-white, their motivator is to, quote unquote, punish the Westmen, white people, for the feelings of inferiority that Western kind, white people, inspires in them. And then I will read on. As self-conceived victims, anti-whites gain the right of self-defense. Now, didn't you see that, by the way, in Mike, the American Indian? Was that his name? Wasn't he arguing from a position of the right to self-defense? You see, we understand anti-whiteism. We've got it. It's figured out. You are where you need to be. So the anti-whites gain the, quote, right of self-defense, which enables them to inflict harm on Westmen, white people, in good conscience, and which justifies the most fanatical behavior and actions. So the, quote, right of self-defense gives them all of this. Now, their victimization is not real. We have not actually victimized them. But as you know, the human animal doesn't need something to be real to perceive it as real, to pretend it's real, and to act on it with the same verve. Make sense? Now, let me ask you this. If you want the right of self-defense, do you get the right of self-defense, the social, quote, right of self-defense, by blaming other races of people, by slandering other races of people? When you see the little white girl who hates being white and she wants to be non-white and she's crying her eyes out to her mother in the video that we just watched before starting the Twitter space, do you get the right to self-defense by pretending it isn't happening, by acting like it doesn't matter, by the mother goes on to say in that video that she should go try to participate in this non-white culture, have them teach her about the non-white culture? Is that going to make it better? She hates herself for being white. That's not going to make it better. Is that going to give you the right to self-defense? Is saying that, quote, the Jays did this, is that going to give you the right to self-defense? The social right to self-defense? No. Viewing us as the center of our universe and our victimization as the preeminent evil, and therefore articulating and discussing the world from that position, gives you the social right to self-defense. The right to self-defense drives you to extremes. The right of self-defense. So let me continue. Anti-whites overcome the barrier of their jealousy and envy being a unacceptable social conclusion that you can act upon. They overcome this with the moralization, the intellectualization, and the sentimentalization, which we refer to as pretexts, to, quote, legitimize the harm they inflict on Westmen. Now, what did the American Indian, the anti-white American Indian, obviously we're not talking about any good American Indians. What was he doing? He was using moralized, sentimentalized, intellectualized arguments to attempt to, quote, justify the victimization of Western kind, of white people. That is what pretexting, M-I-S, pretexting is. That's what the anti-whites do. These pretexts form the doctrine of anti-whiteism. So you're wondering, maybe you're wondering, like, what is the doctrine of anti-white? You see how we follow step by step? Is this not clear? I mean, I realize it. You can't be a midwit, I guess, and get it, but this is very clearly laid out to understand. The pretext formed the doctrine of anti-whiteism, which the resentful among us fanatically adopt to serve their self-interest. Combined with the power of our leading institutions, which the anti-whites have hijacked, the anti-whites have established our modern anti-white, quote, moral code. This power and, quote, moral code enables anti-whites to extort money, sex, resources, privileges, and more from whites. Thus, the motivators plunder and lust are added to the originators' jealousy and envy. Armed and motivated, anti-whites inflict harm on Westmen and attack Western kind's biospiritual expressions. And we saw that in the video from the anti-white American Indian. I say here, the culmination of those expressions is Western civilization. By altering and destroying that which we love brings us happiness. The sources of our well-being, anti-whites further inflict harm on our people, i.e., white erasing our statues from our civilization. Final note that I added on this page is that individual anti-whites need not plan, desire, or even consider white erasure to achieve that outcome. They need only inflict aggregate and cumulative harm. So I'll keep the book here, and I'll keep an eye out. We got a request from Mike. Let me quickly take a look and see if we have any new comments or financial gifts. We do have a new financial gift over here on Entropy. Get out your raucous emojis. Let's make it a celebration. Get out the raucous emojis. Dude bro moment. Dude bro moment over here on Entropy. A deity has landed financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you, brother. And I tell you what, if you saw the video of the little white girl hating being a white and wanting to be non-white, it would break your heart. He says here, $50 for white well-being. And let's end the worst child abuse the world has ever known. Let's end the worst child abuse the world has ever known. Anti-whiteism. Let me check over here. And see if we have anybody. Nothing on Rumble. Let's see about D Live. Any comments? No new comments over here on D Live. What about Odyssey? Nobody tagging me there. I will swivel around. And see if we have anything on YouTube, and then I will pass the mic over, as well as Subscribe Star. Looks like nothing new. And Cash App did not miss anybody. TJ in the live chat on YouTube says, I love Jason's big brain. I love Jason's big brain. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you all for celebrating the great dude bro moment. If you got crowns, if you got some crowns for dude bro moment, pass them out. Let's see. Proud citizen of Western civilization says, Jason says he's black. And he has been following my channel since summer of last year. Well, welcome. Thank you for that. He says he just wanted to say thank you for calling out the anti-whiteism in Western civilization. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Big salute to you. Big salute. And normal people, good people of all races, coming together to put down the great evil of this age, which is this social morality of anti-whiteism that will benefit all of us to defeat. Demonstrate that we don't need to be like race nationalists to team up against some other race. We can come together as normal people and object to the evil that is, number one, immoral, to condemn people on the basis of their birth, which is what's happening to white people. But number two is the argument, the basis of the arguments that are taking everything away from us. Our right to self-defense, a la Second Amendment, our freedom of speech, freedom of association, the civility in our neighborhoods. It's all being white erased from the same social moral position, retributive justice against white people. And like we had Sharika on, and people in the black community, as she was talking, as she was mentioning, they can see very clearly it's all just about get rid of this because of white people, get rid of that because of white people, get rid of this because of white people. Well, it's not going to be white people are the only ones that are harmed by it. Everyone is getting harmed by it. So we've got to defeat anti-whiteism. Big salute to you. Every time we have a good non-white person step up and say enough is enough with anti-whiteism, is a great demonstration that we can come together and oppose this this monstrous evil of our age without this infantile this person's a white nationalist and this person is a black race nationalist and we're going to become allies against the Jewish race national. Let me just stop it. That's ignorant and it's childish. It's LARPing, and no adult will ever engage in anything like that. Thank you. Good to see you. And all right, we're going to pass the mic on. I thank you all for celebrating the moment. Dude, bro moment. All right, who's requesting the mic? We'll see. Well, my gosh, somebody you know. We'll let you recognize his voice when he starts talking. He has the mic. Go ahead, my brother. Am I audible? Oh, you're very quiet. Let's see what's the cause of that. Hold on. No, I don't know. It might be on my end. I don't know why it would be different. Let's see. Yeah, for some reason. Say something? No, it's like you're not coming through the speaker. You're only coming through. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, you're only coming through like the regular phone. That's never happened before. Does anyone know how to change that? Let's do this. And we'll see. I don't think I could get the phone close enough to the microphone to be able to hear you. Okay. What the hell? I mean, if worse came to worse, we could adjust settings. Sound. No, it just says sound effects. Oh no, I can't make out what you're saying. But all right. The great Slaughtz said he's trying to figure out on his end. Can everybody hear Slaughtz on the Twitter space? You can give me like a thumbs up if you can hear him. Is he quiet, or is he? Give a thumbs up if he sounds just fine. Can you guys hear me on the Twitter space? On the Twitter space. Give a thumbs up or something. Let me see. Cass says she can hear me. Cass said, yeah, she gave a thumbs up there. Let's see. Rules, captions, share feedback. Well, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll do this then. Maybe this will help, or it'll. And then when I come back, we'll see if it picks it up. All right, say something. Oh, for the love of God. Let me check. Let me look at the live chat. Does anybody sound? He sounded normal on the Twitter space, said Franklin. All right. So you can hear him fine on the Twitter space, but he's not coming out of my phone. And I've got everything turned up on the phone. We might as well try to figure this out before rolling, because it's bound to happen again. Yeah. But I mean, you should have seen all of the issues when I started before the stream today. Let me see. Maybe if I do. How about that? Can you say something really quickly? No, nothing. Does anybody have any idea? Is it on speaker? Well, it automatically has been on speaker before, and I'm just looking now. at all my options are turned all the way up. Say that again. Yeah. Let me try to mute everyone. And now I'll give the nothing. God damn. Let me type it online here. Slaughtz has some powerful things to say, ladies and gentlemen. And regrettably, we're not hearing him yet. So let's see. You might have to start the space over and see if that fixes it. In fact, it says here to restart the app. So I might have to do that. We're going to have to restart, and then we'll be right back, folks. All right. So I think I will. Well, let me just stop the app from operating, and then we'll see. Has anybody ever been on a Twitter space and it not come out of the speaker for speakerphone? And if so, tag me. And we'll see if it helps this time. So there are no, on the Twitter space, so you all know, there is no button that says that I want the volume, the audio coming out of speakerphone, or that I want the audio coming out of the headset. Let's see if we got Slaughtz back. Shit, it ain't working. My God, you're still on the, I see, adjust. Say that again. I got the phone up to my head. Now you hear an echo on top of, maybe Twitter is having a problem. Maybe the Twitter spaces are having a problem because it won't come out of my speakerphone. And well, while we try to fix this, we'll see here. We might have to have the great Slaughtz. I want to hear what he has to say. So we might have the great Slaughtz if he's able to message me on Skype, and then I can bring him through on Skype. So now I have the audio set up to come through the earpiece. But let me turn that off. Say that again. Oh, all right. Maybe StreamYard would be better. Okay. Let me see about that. The Twitter space will be open, but we don't know if you'll be able to talk on that, folks. But you will be able to hang out there. Oh, that's Skype. Let's see if this...
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, able to hear you this time.
I can hear you, so it worked out this time.
All right, let me move the mic. All right, brother.
Can Stream hear me?
Well, they'll definitely be able to. If I can hear you, they can hear you.
Okay.
Mike,
well, you're
is
kind
yours.
of faint. Let me turn you up on my end so I can actually hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm good?
You're good.
Alrighty. So yeah, the topic was the path to becoming anti-white, and I wanted to speak to that, which is mostly centering around how a Westman becomes anti-white, because that's what really tends to throw people for a loop.
Right.
Is that idea. And I think there's a sort of post hoc reasoning that happens with Westmen when they see defamation of white people and they try to dissociate from it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they come up with a post hoc reasoning for their own dissociation and the stereotype that they countenanced, that they treated as valid. And so they end up just leaning into the anti-white narrative and leaning into anti-whiteism. There was that one story I made, the dandelion story I made last night, or was it the night before?
Night before, yeah.
I made that in an hour and 30 minutes, basically, because I was just inspired, and sometimes that's how writing works.
Right.
It actually is based a little bit on a true story, which is my sister had met a friend and made a friend, and what had happened was I ended up having more fun with her friend than she had with her.
Mm.
And so my sister later on, this is way later on because she kept quiet about it until adulthood. She said that she was always, she felt jealous that I stole her friend. Because I had more fun with her. And so I can't, with that dandelion story, which is posted in the Prometheum, and you can go in there and check. It's in the Go Free section of the Prometheum, the Go Free channel. The story is where a little sister notices her brother having more fun with her friend than she is having, and she's not as motivated to do whatever the friend's doing, but the brother is, and the brother's having a good time. And so she ends up taking a mirror, the sister ends up taking a mirror and shining it in the face of the brother in order to even out and make equal the amount of fun that she's having and her brother is having.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, being spiteful and resentful. And it's kind of the same thing you notice with anti-white people is they feel like they need to have more than they currently have.
Mm-hmm.
They see other people being, better motivated, having more success, and they want to have a reason that isn't responsible, like taking responsibility for themselves, to validate their resentment and make it valid.
Right.
And that's basically kind of an on the grounds, on the level sort of explanation for where that envy and jealousy can come from, is because a lot of people don't think about, or they have a hard time picturing how a white person being envious of another white person can translate into anti-whiteism. And I thought that might help. So.
Yeah, it does. Brilliantly said. Yeah. And folks, if you would like to be in that chat group, you'll find the link for it in the description below. And it's a Slaughtz's story there is fantastic. And check it out over there. It does explain, it helps quite a little bit in understanding how this process takes place. And it is something that a lot of white people have a hard time understanding. They feel like incorrectly various things. They come to various erroneous conclusions about how a white person can end up anti-white, and that in their estimation, often it's not voluntary, which in fact is exactly what it is. And the source of a white person becoming an anti-white is the same reason why we are able to be fleeced as America or as the UK and all these different countries, giving all this military aid and finance. What we just saw right now with Mike Johnson, the anti-white Republican Speaker of the House, is that he's saying to himself, the question he asks himself, what's good for me? What's good for my career? What's good for me economically? What is the right group to support? What is the white right endeavor to champion? If we had white people who cared about Western kind, which is what we create here with the Go Free stratagem, if you had white people like that, when confronted with these questions, they would be saying, what's best for us? Which means that they would be asking about what's best for that little white girl who's crying her eyes out because she's not non-white, because she's been taught how evil it is to be white. And there would be drastically different outcomes as a consequence of those two different positions. One born in selfish individualism that has elevated economy to the level of a deity, which is the reason why so many of our conservative brothers and sisters end up bemoaning all the poisons in the food, because it's economically advantageous to put them in the food. I see a lot of them, just as an aside, they don't want to take responsibility. What a shock, the average person not wanting to take responsibility. But I see a lot of them who want to say that, oh no, it's not because it's economically better for these businesses to put poison into the food. It's because there's this deep, dark conspiracy of turtles in the middle of planet Earth, and they've endeavored to undermine, and that's what it's in its agenda so many years out. I mean, we could just start calling it like agenda 5 years from now, agenda 10 years from now. And that's essentially the conspiracy theory. But the reality is it's born out of the worship of money, the lauding of money, and the selfish individualism that worships it. That's what drives these white, anti-white legislators to make decisions like this, that to all the white people in the hinterland, if you will, we're saying, are you crazy? Are you crazy? You're going to give 30 billion to Israel, 70 billion, just rounding up, to Ukraine, and not secure our border, nothing for us? That's how we end up in these places. So very well said, Slaughtz. Thank you, brother.
I wish I could, be a co-host. I'm not really good at co-hosting with the Twitter space being down, but I'll hang out if you want me to.
Yeah, hang out, man. You can jump in whenever you like, and we'll see if we could try somebody else on the Twitter space. If somebody has something to say, we can try to have you talk and see if it will come through the speaker on my phone. But maybe what we'll have to do is, for the future, either figure out how to remedy that issue when it shows up, or see about doing the Twitter space on the desktop itself. I don't know. I've never done a Twitter space on the desktop, but maybe that will be a superior way to go if the audio isn't going to come out of the speaker on the phone. So let's just let me take a look here on Twitter, and we have Original Brit over there writes, middle class white women are usually the biggest culprits, I guess, of the anti-whiteism. Original Brit is saying, yeah, we do see a lot of anti-whiteism in white women because of how beneficial it is in the short term, of course, to them relative to white males, but not relative to non-whites. We have, let's see if we have any more. All right. Didn't miss anybody there. How about over here? We have Sin City is talking about, well, wait, no, we got some tags here. PD says, no white guilt. What period in American history do you think was peak Western civilization and that you would have loved to experience, and why? That's a great question. Peak Western civilization, I guess when it was 100% white, right at the beginning. Right at the beginning when we said, here are our principles, we're a people, and restricted citizenship to white people for the obvious reason that it's our country and that we were creating it. And that probably would have been a very exciting time to be alive. But if I had my druthers, when it comes to peak Western civilization, I would probably choose service in one of our glorious conflicts against other peoples. And I've mentioned before, it would probably have been under King Leonidas at Thermopylae. That would have been, if I could have just a couple days to live, that would be it, I think. Also, PD asks, what are the best career paths for people with no college degrees, but a not physical job? Well, there are a lot. There are quite a lot. But one that doesn't require physicality, and you can, that comes to mind immediately, is to go into construction with the purpose of being an inspector. Those jobs can pay very well. It's a good career. There's a lot to learn. And there's a lot that's going wrong in construction these days, commercial and residential. And so there is a career there to be had. I don't know what it's like now if they're trying to hire. I assume it's like everywhere else. They're trying to get rid of the white guys. But that is one potentially great career to get into. And you're still, in the circles of good working class folks. But sometimes we'll be pissing them off. But you got to protect us from all of this shoddy. If you have seen or haven't seen, there is a massive amount of substandard work going on. There are going to be houses falling down. I kid you not. There are going to be commercial buildings, portions of which collapsing. I see these videos and these photographs from inspectors as our standards, white standards, are white erased in favor of other people's. And you see the kind of shoddy work that ends up being done. And some people in conservative circles, they come to the erroneous conclusion that, oh, this is great because all of these patriots, and obviously a lot of white people, they're going to get the work to fix all this. Well, wrong. They'll get the work to fix some of it. Most of it won't be fixed. They'll just rely on insurance to take care of things when everything goes bad, which means that our insurance costs will go up. And you also have the competition from non-white companies doesn't evaporate when it comes to repairing something that was done in a substandard way by some non-white owned company. Particularly, I think what most people are noticing is you have a lot of these Central South American people coming to the country, and they pitch very low dollar bids for work, and then people are going to go for the lowest dollar. They think they're getting a good deal, and in reality, they're getting what they're paying for or less. And so they come in, they do the work. In these cases, not all cases, obviously, things are severely wrong, and then things have to be repaired. Well, it's not just the white-owned company or the company that might be non-white owned, but have white standards, Western standards, that come in to bid to repair things. It's all of these other brand new Central South American companies as well, the good and the bad. And they're going to be pitching lowball, again, bids. We could do it for nothing. We could do it. And it reminds me of you all remember Fraulein Dresden, who was a great member of this community. And I helped her in various ways over the years, especially as she got closer and closer to the end of her life. And one of the ways that I helped was she reached out. She wanted some work done. I don't think I've told this story before. She wanted some work done in her mother's home to give her the bathroom of her dreams. And of course, Fraulein Dresden's mother lived through the firebombing of Dresden. And that's one of the things that just made, I'm not going to say her real name, but Fraulein so well known in the community initially. And of course, she came away to this place of love, hope, and redemption from an angry, racial animus, white negative place, and then ended up being this really blooming right in the last days of her life, this really wonderful woman. And the Go Free method comported with her true spirit, and really was able to come to joy and peace before the end of her life. But she came to me and she said, I've got to do this work. And I've had, what should I do? And I said, get at least 3 bids and for the work. She got 3 bids. She told me the first 2 bids were for a lot, and they were both pretty close to each other. And then she was very excited about the 3rd bid because it was less than half the other 2. And I said, Fraulein, this is not real. This 3rd bid, obviously these are charlatans. Obviously, you could just dismiss this bid now. And she said, well, no, she doesn't want to because she doesn't have a ton of money. And this is really enticing. And if she can get what she wants for that amount of money, of course, I told her, you won't be able to get what you want for that amount of money. But she said that these people, now, if you all remember, Fraulein Dresden and her mother, they lived in South America before coming to the U.S. So they were Germans that had fled. They went to South America. They lived there and in South America, and then moved up to the U.S. West Coast, and then eventually the East Coast. And she said, I know these people. She spoke fluent, Spanish. She grew up there. I know these people. I know their hearts, Jason. I can tell you. I can tell that this is genuine and true, and it's going to be perfect. I know how to talk with them because I grew up with them. And I told her, I said, well, I'm just lodging my objection to this decision, just so you know, because this can't be legitimate. It's going to be done with materials that are substandard, not what you were looking for. The work is going to be substandard, or they'll just run off with the money. Well, it was the latter. They ran off with the money, and she lost a giant chunk of money. She called up like day after day crying that all this money had been stolen, and she still needed to have that bathroom done. So she went back to one of the original companies and hired them. And then I can't tell the details about what happened, but I can just say that I helped her get her money back. I'll just leave it at that. Those details will have to remain out of reach for the rest of time, probably. But I helped her get her money back from these dirtbags who had stolen the money. But that's what you're going to get.
Good.
Go ahead, Slaughtz.
Good to hear that she got it back. I wanted to talk about the negativity of that position. And I'm not trying to badmouth her. She's a great woman. The negativity there is the projection of our biospirit onto another people and saying, I know these people.
Yeah.
And that's something I wanted to speak to as well, is that negativity is not just being negative towards another group of people. That would still be centering another group of people by saying it's their well-being that defines what white negativity is.
Yeah.
What negativity is unseating our own perspective from our consciousness and attributing it to another group.
Very well said. And absolutely needed to be said. You're 100% right. I want to thank Would Kind of Saxony mentioning if the audio is ever going weird, let me know, because there's nothing I can do about it after the fact. So Would Kind of Saxony pointing out that every time I lean back in my chair, the mic is not really picking me up. So I'll stay, at least I'll try to remember to lean forward. We have another request for Mike on the Twitter space, and we can try it again in just a moment to see if the audio will come out of the speaker. If you're the person who is asking to speak, if you weren't here earlier, the audio was not coming out of the speaker, so no one can hear you on the stream. I can't even hear you. You're just like this faint murmuring in the distance. And as poetic as that might seem, it is not good content for those who are listening. So let me just take a quick look around here and see if we missed anybody, and then I will go to you and we will try this again. We have, let's see, what do we have on Twitter? Okay, nothing new. Just making sure. Nothing new on Odyssey, D-Live or Rumble. Let me check the live chat over here on YouTube. I see AOC is with us. Great to see you. Matt is here. Danunaki has joined us. Great to see you. Anti-White Out is here. Didn't tag me, but I got lucky enough to see my name, which is unusual. For me, it says, you have a point, Jason, but there could be individuals secretly trying to weasel in human depopulation strategies under the table. I wouldn't worry about that at all. Whether or not that's happening, it's not something that you can do anything about, not something that I can do anything about. We can do something about our victimization as a people. And if you carry that to its logical conclusion by promulgating that view, and by way of the Go Free stratagem that we employ here, you would eventually reach a point where the white population, upon hearing of any activities, whether they are secret or spoken openly, about undermining the size of our population for some sort of global, ostensibly claimed nirvanic outcome, that population would say no, because that is going to harm us. And now that we're focused on us and our white well-being, we're not going to allow it to happen anymore. Here's the thing that's really exciting and a reality that seems maybe counterintuitive to people. If the white population of the West starts behaving as a people, and we start saying, this isn't good for us, that's not good for us, then our countries will be healthier, happier, safer places where justice is meted to the criminals, where people can get together, have their right to self-defense. Our rights are not impinged upon by the anti-whites. So in the end, the final analysis, the collateral damage, the harm as collateral damage that ends up being done to non-white people is mitigated, is muted by white people viewing ourselves as a people and saying enough is enough. We're not going to allow this anymore. We're not going to allow our victimization anymore. So it would be everything from, like the superficial, like, hey, it's the national anthem. We are going to stand for our national anthem. And if you don't like it, then you can leave the auditorium. Socially, you would be ousted because of the reasons that if no other reason, we don't have to make an argument to you about why you have to stand for our national anthem, whether you're white or non-white. Kneeling, disrespecting, turning your back, and all of that things not permitted. All the way up to something like your standards for, or these standards for policing are not going to be white erased, so that we're not going to have police officers that are allowed to be police officers just because they're not white males, and even allow white males to be police officers that aren't meeting the standards that we used to have in place that have been changed so that anybody can get in instead of white males. And then you end up with outcomes like you all remember a couple of years back, and this is happening all the time, though, every day. You had the black guy, the young black guy, who wasn't actually doing anything wrong except panicking when black police officers came up to him and then killed him. They just killed him on the spot. That kind of thing would not be able to happen with our standards in place. The rigidity of civility is something that we need to laud and maintain. You don't fix things by making them by making them weak and tenuous and subjective and applied differently here and applied differently there. That's anathema to the West, anathema to how white people create Western civilization. So let's see.
If I could,
jump in.
If I could speak to the human depopulation thing, the comment there. First of all, the anti-whites don't see white people as human. And as well, there's a narrative in the anti-white narrative that white people are doing just dandy and fine. They're doing more than fine. And even though it's despicable what they're saying, that's what the perception is. And so when you're saying, they're attacking all of humanity, it doesn't matter to them if white people are being victimized, if they even believe that.
Precisely. And it's also normally, and I don't suspect it of this person, but typically when I hear these arguments about it being this like cabal, this secret cabal that is focused on depopulating the whole world, it's this effort to not talk about white victimization. It's all of us, it's all of the peoples again, or it's all of the humans against the non-humans. I mean, Jack Posobiec has this Unhuman book out, and Jones has been doing this for decades. It's these unhumans against the humans. You're not going to be able to fix this problem that we face by ignoring the victimization that's taking place. You can't do it. I know a lot of white people out there, because of the anti-white narrative, because of anti-whiteism, they feel it immoral to defend ourselves. But it's going to have to happen if this is going to end. You're going to have to point out that the target is us, and therefore everyone is being harmed as a consequence. You're going to have to be able to say it. And that means, in a lot of white households, that relationships are going to be ended. Relationships are going to be ended with parents. They're going to be ended with spouses. Relationships with children are going to be ended. Relationships are going to be ended because there are white people out there who they don't care about how significant, blatant, how aggressive the victimization on the basis of our birth is, because they just find it to be ungenteel to mention, just like they find it to be a gauche to own our accomplishments. I've never had a problem, and I think there's something fundamentally wrong with white people when they have a problem here. I've never had a problem with saying the West is mine and having non-white people in my life. It's never bothered, and I don't think any less of them, because their peoples didn't build the West. I celebrate their contributions to the West and their adopting of Western countries. It's never bothered me in the slightest. If you feel like you're somehow offending some non-white person by saying, yeah, we do the West. We do the West. Those are our inventors. Those are our creators. Those are our explorers. If you've got a problem with that, then you are the problem. Let's try this mic out. We'll see. I don't have faith. You're probably not going to be able to be heard, but we'll give it a try. Oh, it's Robert. Let's see if we can hear from Robert. When you see I have the mic, give it a go. No faith that it will work, but you can try. Let's see. All right. Whenever you're ready, I won't be able to hear you, but if it doesn't come through the speakerphone, it's not working. Gosh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, we're not going to be able to hear you. So, I mean, they'll be able to hear you on the Twitter space, but I can't hear you. I can just see the little indicator that you're talking, their little waveform, but it's not coming through the speaker. And it's nothing you're doing. No, man, I can't hear you. Can't hear you, brother. You're going to have to, it's nothing on your end. You'll have to just come back on Wednesday if you can, or on Sunday, and we'll have it working by then. But right now, I'm afraid it's it's not going to work, I'm afraid. All right, man. Thanks, bro. Regrettably,
If I could,
go ahead.
If I could speak to the concern of are people not taking ownership of themselves and them having trouble with that. I think it's motivated by the fact that they feel deracinated, like they don't have a people, and then they feel like if they isolate non-whites, then they're going to be totally isolated from all of humanity. They're going to be a sole individual and without any support.
It's a great point. Absolutely. And they're going to feel totally isolated because they don't have a people. They don't have anybody to turn to. That's why in creating the Go Free stratagem, which is what we all have to employ, I took that into account. It's going to a white person, going to like a barbecue in a suburbia, and you got a bunch of white people, and trying to argue with them about how we have to be a people. You're coming up against some serious challenges, not the least of which is that they are aware that other white people are thinking selfishly individualistically, and that they'll end up out there on their own, standing up for our people, and no one there to support them. There are the other challenges, like looking like the villain in the anti-white narrative when you stand up and say, oh, well, I'm for white people. And in every movie, they've seen the books, they know the stories, that if a character says that in a movie, they're the villain. And they have like the corpses of non-white babies in their basement. That's what they sow into our entire lives, which our subconscious mind interprets and receives as reality, since it has no way to tell the difference between fiction and reality. It was never equipped to be able or to be confronted with a fictitious rendering of the real world. And so they are well aware of that as well. So I had to figure out a way, how do we get to a place where we suddenly realize, oh my gosh, all of these people, all of these white people care about white people. The only way to do that is by way of the lexicon and dialectics that we use. And chief among them is anti-whiteism. When you understand that there is an ideology that targets for victimization on the basis of our birth, and that you find it everywhere, it's ubiquitous. Once you're able to see it, you see that it's everywhere. You see that all of the arguments, irrespective of the socio-political religio topic matter, you see that all of it is based in anti-whiteism. You can't stop seeing it. You'll use these concepts, and then a bunch of white people standing around together using these concepts suddenly will realize, oh my gosh, we're a people. And it's my well-being that I'm concerned about, and that I can only get it when my people has well-being. That was the trick. That was what had to be figured out for us to make any substantive change. And more importantly, is the seed for all change for white well-being. You want politicians who will care about Western kind and care about our Western countries? Well, you're going to need an electorate that says no more anti-whiteism, no more victimizing white people on the basis of our birth. Let the best person for the job get the job. Let the best student for the seat get the seat. Distribute the grades based on the work that people do. Give out the government grants based on who has the best bid relative to their experience and what they've done in the past. That's the only way to remedy any of this. None of it can be remedied by any other means, because all of the other means were in place and in much healthier Western countries than we have today, and it was all defeated. So going back to any of these other vehicles or ideologies or approaches or arguments, etc., is a fool's errand and wasting time. Things are just getting worse and worse. And we can
look into the future. We do have a crystal ball because we can look to areas within Western countries that are worse off than others. And we can say, well, what's the difference there? Oh, it's more anti-white than any other area is. We can look to countries that are ahead of others in anti-whiteism, and we can say, what is making it worse for all standards of Western civilization? Why are those standards dropping? Oh, it's more anti-white than other places. You don't need, and you think about the power of this, folks, you don't need to make an argument and try to manipulate your friends, family, and strangers into believing some sort of arcane conspiracy theory. You don't need them to agree with you about something that they can't tell anyone else about. You don't need to try to rewrite history as a historical revisionist. You don't need to try to rehabilitate demonized characters in the anti-white narrative. You don't need to equip yourself with endless knowledge of crime stats and maturation rates and the names of the people, mysterious people who are supposedly and have always supposedly been behind the scenes pulling strings. You don't have to do any of that stuff to get to the end of our victimization and the reclamation of our destiny, and therefore the re-ennoblement and glorification and peace and civility of our countries. You just need to wield these concepts and use them in evaluating every socio-political religio scenario, whether it's something very personal, like at your job or your child's schooling, or at the county government level, they're handing out contracts for walkway bridges like they did down there in Florida a couple years ago. And they said, well, we're going to give it to the construction contract to the company that is not owned or operated, run by a white man and doesn't have white men in the employ. Like the less white it is, the better. And then the thing collapses on the road, kills a bunch of people. So it'll be better, as I say, for everyone, for white people to just focus on using these concepts, these dialectics, and you can get started. We had a great question in the thread just yesterday, I think it was, where a woman was asking, she had just found the channel and she'd gotten through all the shadow banning. And she said, what can I do? And I told her, you can start right now using the 6 key concepts in your life, but make sure that you come to it as opportunity permits, our live streams and our replays, so that you can empower yourself more rapidly with the way that this stratagem is applied. And then if you want to go to the next level, if you want to realize what you are actually capable of, then you get the Go Free manual, you practice the Go Free stratagem, and you get involved in this community. Maybe you get into the OT so you can seed these concepts out into the world, and then you can see that it works. I don't need to tell you that, oh, it will work anymore. Like I used to for so many years. I used to explain to people how it will work. Now this great community of heroes has come and joined in service to white well-being, and they've done it. They've gone out there and they've done it. And all those words that you're seeing out there, all those new words, concepts that you're out there saying, where you're seeing the content creators are saying, okay, fine, white erasure, okay, fine, anti-whiteism, where you see that happening, that's a consequence of their labors. This is we are subjected to psychological warfare. It's called anti-whiteism, and it's an understanding of the human animal and the way to manipulate, to kind of sum that up, because we're running out of time, the human animal. I used the same understanding of the human animal to circumvent and undermine anti-whiteism. And there are a lot of people, I mean, we got the question from Daughter of Eve asking about why aren't there just tons more people here? And part of it, of course, is the shadow banning, but a big chunk of it also is jealousy and disreputable characters who are in this genre, in this sphere, because they're here for aggrandizement. They're here because they can't make money anywhere else. They're here for various selfish reasons. What a big surprise, with the totality of the population, of the white population, behaving as selfish individualists. And then we come along and we're doing something radically different that they browbeat me, many of them, for years about how none of this would work. It starts working. And so they don't want to present their audiences with us, with what's working. They want to just keep peddling in place, being aggrandized, making their money, and appealing to the basest instincts of their customers, their audience, which is the need to escape duty. So they give them excuses and a scapegoat, and then the need to feel like they're champions of something. So they give them credit for things that they have had no hand in whatsoever. So that plays another big part in, I guess, keeping us, me personally, out of interviews and public eye. And then you have other characters I won't name right now, the little exiguous snot who has gone behind the scenes and told everybody that he associates with that no one is allowed to talk to me, because he does it, because he's giving his audience a scapegoat. So and crediting them with things that they don't do, victories that they have no hand in. And if I come along and I say, well, look at all these words that are out there in society now. Here's all the evidence of us pushing these words. Here's the actual manual. We have a strategy for defeating our victimization. Then he stands to not look so smart. He stands to maybe lose a couple of those audience members, probably the best ones. And that then is a demonstration of what his true objective is. Does he care for white people? Well, maybe at some point down the line, but he puts himself first. If I was putting myself first, I would not be giving you all what you need rather than what you want. I would be giving you what you want, which would be these excuses, the scapegoats, and credit for doing things that you never did. And everyone knows one of the main reasons why, when I was first streaming, there was so much interest in me, was because they thought I was going to be that to them. They thought I was going to be this character who was more articulate, but also aggressive, and far more aggressive and far more of a man than they had seen in the past. And so there was all this interest. But then when suddenly I wasn't going to slander other groups of human beings for their birth, and that's their main litmus test. Then they decided, nope, don't want to have. And I'm talking about the audience. The content creators they were never interested in a significant way. We have Chinwag says, this anti-whiteism is affecting my mental health. I see no future and I am in despair. Well, my friend, then you are in the right place. You need to get the Go Free Manual. You can get it as an audio book. You can go on Amazon and excludes the appendix at the back, the audio book, but you can get that. You can get the ebook, very inexpensive. You can be showing up here and you want faith, you want to feel better, you want to be optimistic about what's going on in the world vis-a-vis our well-being. Go back a little bit earlier in our gathering and look at all these colossal successes we celebrate every single week. We don't even get close to celebrating all of our big successes. Hundreds of thousands are being reached with concepts that liberate us from the psychological warfare called anti-whiteism. So you're in the right place. There have been, and I mentioned it earlier, there have been 13 people that were on the path by their own words, on the path to suicide, came to White Wellbeing, came to the Go Free practice, realized the value that they had, and turned away from that dreadful decision. We read.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so this is Slaughtz, just so Chinwag knows. If you are here in this community, if you're considering the well-being of our people, you as an individual are so valuable to our people So make sure to value yourself and make sure you take care of yourself and put yourself first if you need to when it's appropriate. So I want you to stick around. Thank you.
Amen. Very well said, good brother. Yeah, absolutely. We want you to be healthy, strong, have a good footing for yourself in life. And one of the most exciting things that people discover when they start treating themselves for these poisonous ideas about how awful, imagine you're just like that little girl that we saw crying and hating herself for being white. Teaching children that they're evil in their essence, you can't escape it, obviously is going to undermine your abilities. It's going to undermine your ingenuity, your creativity, your drive, your resilience, etc. So you can't delete these infections. They're stored in your subconscious memory, but you can treat them. And we teach you how to do that. It's a very straightforward process. In your thinking, you'll know that you're healing when either you think of something that triggers what we refer to as a mean pathogen in your memory, or something externally triggers that inside of you. And as soon as that voice and those emotions begin talking, your learned response to them with meme curatives begins talking, undermining that first adversary, which is yourself. The more you do this, the more you'll begin to access your latent abilities, your true abilities, where what you should have been able to do and where you should have been able to go in life. And if you think it, just for a moment, if you think that's not the case, then merely think about the fact that if you did that to any non-white people, do you think they would reach their full potential? If you did it like we've got the great Clash Sensei here, if you were to go to Japanese children and tell them from their birth that they're evil, so much so that they're wrong for all that's awful in the world, they're bad for all that's awful in the world, that everything has to be Japanese erased in Japan. Everything that the Japanese people, their art, their literature, their form of government, their mores in their communities, that all that's wrong and it all has to go. Do you really think that Japanese little boys and little girls would grow up to be Japanese men and women that access their potential? Or do you think they're going to be stunted? Do you think they're going to be crippled by all of those notions that they have absorbed over the course of their life? Well, of course, they're going to be crippled. The same thing happens to the white race. Who knows who we really are? Who knows how far we could have gone already if it weren't for the poisoning by anti-whiteism? I got to get out of here. A couple of quick questions. Would you kind of Saxony asking, did I read the question about the word alternative? No, you just reminded me about it. And maybe we'll take another opportunity to take a little deeper. Did I lose Slaughtz? I think I did. The great Slaughtz was with us, ladies and gentlemen. God bless him. The great Slaughtz, true champion. And it's an interesting question about, is using like alternative for a political movement or another ideology, is that detrimental? Because alternative is legitimizes by its very name the other options. And it's an interesting question. I appreciate you posing it. We also have Promethean Healing. I think there might be something there. Promethean Healing says, I've always felt uncomfortable with expressing these concerns because I was raised that way. Precisely. Very well said. Thank you. He was raised that way to feel like it's immoral and you shouldn't be talking about our victimization on the basis of our race. It's extremely crippling to a child to be told that their people are evil, even at home. Precisely, brother. Thank you. And that's what ends up happening. Told that you're evil. And how would you like being in a household with a mother of that little girl up in Canada, and the little girl's learning how awful the white race is, how evil the white race is, how everything we've done is wrong, and how we've harmed and stolen from it. And the only reason we have anything is because we've stolen it all from everybody else in the world. And then she comes home wanting to be a different race, because who would want to be that?
Who would want to be that? And as all white children have felt, she comes home and the mother's like laughing it off, just like the Irish, I think they were Irish father, laughing it off with the little white boy in the back seat, saying he didn't want to be white, laughing it off. Ho, ho, ho. How do you think that's going to land on a child? The parents are God to a child. Adults are gods to children. And here you have these other adults at their institutions of learning in and watching in their media, their entertainment media, their cartoons and everything. The white race is evil. And then the parent, the person who supposedly loves them, laughs at this deep wound that they have in their hearts, in their spirits. Despicable. That's something we have to address. And it has to be addressed very soon if we're going to turn this around for white well-being and therefore all the good peoples who live in the West, to put an end to everything that harms us, not the least of which is the giving of $30 billion more to Israel for the shit of it, on top of all the other that we give away to them, and $70 billion to continue the slaughter of our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. If we're going to end that, if we're going to end the bathroom problems, if we're going to end the issue with guys beating the shit out of girls on the sports field and in the academic circles, if we're going to end this environment, I think it's almost kind of delicious, quite honestly, that you have these white females who are teachers who have been teaching anti-whiteism for generations. That's the main thing that they teach at school, anti-whiteism. And now they're getting beaten up. They're getting slapped in the face. Of course you are, because you have no value. You're a white person. You're nothing. And anti-whiteism, the phenomenon, needs you as a white woman less and less. Oh, ladies, there are a lot more bitch slapping coming. So you better stop worrying about men of the West taking away your privilege to vote and your privilege to go to the mall. And you better start worrying about anti-whiteism and its monsters putting an end to you. We've had a great week. We've had a great 4 months rocking this world for white well-being. Let's keep it going, folks. I love you all. Let's go free.